closer. Ron, where are you? Where is Ron right now? You done messed up, Ron!
Ron here. Thanks for joining me, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. So this time, the person who done messed up is Scientology spokesman Tommy Davis. Now, we're talking about something that happened in the past because Tommy Davis, after having attempting to escape from Scientology several times, finally got his way out of there and is no longer in the Sea Org, is no longer a Scientology spokesman. But we have got to go back. We've got to dip into the archive a little bit here because I have to show you an interview that Tommy Davis did on national TV. That is, this interview is an example of the kind of things that would get Tommy into a lot of trouble with David Miscavige, because he essentially admits the truth of the OT3 Xenu story right on national TV. And I've never seen a Scientology spokesman inadvertently do this before. So I'm going to share this with you. We're going to watch it together. But first, let me show you. This is Tommy Davis in his present life. Tommy Davis still pretends like he's a Scientologist. If the media reaches out to him, he'll still say that he's a Scientologist. He's not really. Tommy Davis hates David Miscavige. He married a woman who's not even a Scientologist, which is extremely rare for anyone who actually is a Scientologist. So this is what he looks like closer to the president. We go back a little bit. You can see here. Oh, by the way, let's explain who Tommy Davis is, because he's more than just a Scientology or a former Scientology spokesperson. So Tommy Davis, second generation, born and raised Scientologist. His mother is actress Ann Archer. For most of Tommy's career in the Sea Organization, he worked out of the president's office at the Celebrity Center and was essentially just a gopher for David Miscavige. He would be assigned to all sorts of special projects, whatever Miscavige wanted him to do, mostly things relating to Tom Cruise. Tommy Davis is part of the Tom Cruise lookalike club. He really is one of the biggest, I can't use that word this close to the beginning of a video or YouTube will ding me. Tommy is probably one of the most unpopular people I've ever known in the Sea Organization. Unpopular as measured by his peers. He really is. It's hard to select the correct adjectives. Tommy is not a great person. And in this photo, you can see him looking very much like a henchman, while David Miscavige and while David Miscavige and Tom Cruise whisper sweet nothings into each other's ears at a public event. Okay, here you have Tommy Davis. This is on Tom Cruise's honeymoon, and you have Tommy Davis over here on the left. Guys, I have already made my cursor as big as a blind person would need it, and yet when I show it to you on this screen, it continues to be very small, so forgive me for that. All the way on the left here, you see Tommy Davis. On the center here, this guy scratching his head, that is Australian billionaire tycoon James Packer, who Tom Cruise managed to get into Scientology for a hot minute. And then over here on the right, you can see Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes in their very sweet honeymoon, where they seem to bring all of their friends and entourage with them. Not creepy at all. And then here we have this amazing interview that this has got to be, geez, it's got to be sometime around 2005. I'm not exactly sure, but okay, I got to share it with you guys in a way that will specifically allow me to share sound. So let's do that. Bada bing, bada boom. We're going to go full screen here.
Talking about.
All right, hang tight, Tommy. Calm down. All right. And let me see here, guys. All right. Looking good there. Let's watch this because this is one of the funniest interviews I have ever seen given by a Scientology spokesperson. All right, guys, here we go. Buckle up.
Familiar with the material.
Here we go.
I think
This is, at least according to L. Ron Hubbard's own words, and I quote, "The head of the Galactic Confederation, 76 planets around larger stars fizzle from here."
I can stop you.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, I promise not to stop this interview every 3 seconds. I really won't. I promise. But okay, if it is a high crime in Scientology to ever even discuss privately the confidential upper OT levels. It is a uber double triple high crime to do so on national television. And yet what's not a high crime is to discuss things that are not the confidential upper upper OT levels. So when you see people like Tommy Davis, and Grant Cardone even does this in interviews that he gives about Scientology, they immediately shut down any conversation about Xenu and the Body Thetans and the Galactic Confederation because Because it is the correct information. Because it is the correct information. If it weren't the correct information, they would have no reason to immediately shut down the conversation. And so they sort of give the game away right at the outset. If the interview was just there talking about a bunch of BS that had nothing to do with it, the Scientology representative wouldn't care. You see what I mean? All right, let's keep going.
I'm familiar with the material. I think what you're getting at is that the confidential scriptures of the church, or information that that is purportedly not open or isn't available, or these kinds of things. There are absolutely confidential scriptures in the Church of Scientology. There are. Always have been, there always will be. They comprise less than 1% of the entirety of Dianetics and Scientology. The existence of esoteric or for lack of a better term, confidential materials in any religious belief is very common, from the Vatican archives to the more esoteric writings and studies that one would engage in Judaism or in Mormonism.
This is about the
And in the
fundamentals.
practice
This is not about the fundamentals of your belief, though.
Well,
This
the thing,
comes into the sense
here's
of
the thing,
soul.
right? For you to talk to me, you as someone who's not a Scientologist, to talk to me about what my beliefs are, or to ask me to explain any core religious belief, that's an offensive concept. Nobody should ever be asked to do that. Nobody does that, because what you have...
Pause. For you to ask me to explain anything about my religious beliefs is fundamentally offensive. Only a Scientology spokesperson who's been trained by David Miscavige on what to say could say something as stupid as that while acting as a spokesperson for Scientology. Case in point, I recently watched an interview with Dr. Imam Omar Suliani. God, I hope I'm getting that right. And actually, it was an interview that was done on the Lex Friedman podcast. And it was several hours, 2 or 3 hours long. And what struck me was how incredibly calm and eloquent and thorough Omar Suleiman's explanations were about very specific parts of the religion of Islam. Like really nitty gritty stuff, even down to exactly how the prayers are done, when they're done, why they're done, stuff that was really kind of into the weeds, stuff that it wouldn't even come up in a normal interview about religious belief. And even some of the more controversial stuff that you would expect a Muslim imam to be asked about, words that I don't want to use because I feel like they'll set off alarms at YouTube land. You know, questions that a Muslim leader might be asked regarding certain events that took place in New York around 2001. Questions that on their face could be interpreted as offensive if that was your goal, if your goal was to be offended. And yet Omar Suleiman answered these questions with such grace and just such a calmness that you couldn't help but walk away from this interview having a heightened respect for him and the belief system he was representing. And you compare and contrast that to Tommy Davis. The interviewer couldn't get, six words out of a question, and Tommy Davis is just on like autopilot on a big monologue here about how deeply offended he is that anybody could ever ask him a question about Scientology. How dare you, sir? So Tommy really has no idea what he's doing, but he's practiced this little shtick in the mirror for probably 25 hours. And he probably doesn't even hear the words that are coming out of his mouth as he's saying them. But this continues to be pretty entertaining. So here we go.
Which is very common in many religions. And see, this isn't a matter of church policy or what the church believes. This is a matter of the individual beliefs of Scientologists. Like practicing Scientologists know that they're engaged in a spiritual progression. And as they move through that spiritual progression and achieve higher and higher states of awareness, they will get to points in their religious studies where they will study some of the confidential scriptures of the Church of Scientology. Anyone can arrive to that point through the proper progression of the study of Dianetics and Scientology. And people do that. They do it all the time, every day. And that is part of the core practice of Scientology. And
Guys, what is he even saying at this point? Like, a question, technically speaking, hasn't even been asked. Tommy is just saying anything that he can to prevent the interviewer from going back and reading some of the confidential OT3 material on national television.
And for anyone to be asked to explain the more esoteric or the more advanced concepts and ideas of Scientology.
Did he not just admit that the question was just asking? Did he not just inadvertently confirm that the reason what you just asked me was so offensive is because you are actually asking me to comment on the what is the upper level confidential materials? Now, Tommy will not so successfully backpedal on this a little bit, but I think the little voice in Tommy's head is going, "Oh, you done messed up, Tommy boy." Let's listen to that actually one more time.
To a non-believer is something that we'll never do.
Well, that'd be as if like
concepts explain the core practice of Scientology. And for anyone to be asked to explain the more esoteric or the more advanced concepts and ideas of Scientology to a non-believer is something that we'll never do.
Well, that'd be as if like the book, but wouldn't that be as if
because with the phenomenon that occurs on the internet in particular, and with apostates and people who have left the church and now seek to destroy it or criticize it, is a twisting and a ridicule and a denigrating of the religious beliefs of Scientologists. And that's just something that really, it's bigoted, it's discriminatory.
So this is actually really interesting, is that former Scientologists who have spoken about the first time they learned about the Xenu story and the body thetans and the thetan clusters and the Galactic Confederation on the OT3 story, it's actually a bit dishonest to say that they have all been ridiculing it or insulting it. It is Tommy who is inferring that into the statements, because Scientology, any person who tries to discuss their experience of doing OT3 and 4 and 5 and 7, Scientology will automatically project onto them these malicious intentions, right? But just talking about it isn't malicious. Scientology has to characterize it as malicious because, and by doing that, they are sort of admitting that this is the real material. Because in a Scientologist mind, what is malicious is discussing the real material. And it's interesting, they do try to imply every now and then that it's twisted and it's altered. If that's true, then why does every single former Scientologist who talks about the OT levels tell the exact same story? You have to wonder if any Scientologists who are still inside the bubble are still tricked by Scientology authorities denying that the OT material as given on the internet, on South Park, in Going Clear, in Scientology in the Aftermath, on my channel. Are Scientologists really still tricked by these Scientology officials claiming that that's not the real OT information? It seems unlikely. It seems like it would have to be impossible that they could still be being tricked on this, but you never know. All right, here we go.
It's hateful, it's harmful, and it's disrespectful to anybody's religious beliefs. And like I said, nobody should be asked to explain it. And the thing is that detractors of the church know full well that it violates Scientologists' religious beliefs to discuss the esoteric or upper level materials of Dianetics and Scientology. They feed it to the media with the intent that the media will try and embarrass or put on the spot or ask Scientologists to explain their religious beliefs.
Didn't he just again inadvertently admit that the information is true? He said former Scientologists know that it's against our religious beliefs to discuss the material, so they feed the information to the media in the hopes that the media will ask us to explain it, knowing it violates our beliefs. It wouldn't violate your beliefs if the information wasn't accurate. I think Tommy's realizing, as this interview was going on, that as soon as he stands up and steps out of this room, David Miscavige is going to pimp slap him and send him to the RPF.
But really, in doing so, compromise sacredly held beliefs, religious beliefs. And so if you want to talk about the words or the stories or the information that's on the internet to a Scientologist because of what you were found or what you were directed to or what you went and found on the internet is to fall into the trap of hate that is forwarded by these types of people, because the intent is to put, for example, say me as a Scientologist, just aside from my position as a spokesperson for the church,
Yeah.
I am a Scientologist. This is my religion. I do practice it. And it violates my religious beliefs to discuss what is or isn't the esoteric or upper level materials of Dianetics and Scientology. It violates my beliefs to engage in a debate on it. And I have no obligation to do so. I've never done it, and I never will. I just won't.
And is that the reasoning for the cease and desist letters for just about everybody who has published these works, the esoteric works from Sunshine Press to...
You wouldn't send cease and desist letters if the information being shared was just made up. You can't send a cease and desist letter saying, can you please stop sharing information that isn't OT3 and pretending to call it OT3? Anyhow, I think discount Justin Trudeau over here was way over his head the moment Miscavige assigned him the task of being a spokesperson. Tommy Davis has had absolutely no prior experience or no training whatsoever in media or PR or anything before Miscavige put him on this thankless task, which Miscavige only assigned discount Justin Trudeau to this task because Mike Rinder was in the hole at the international base. And Mike Rinder is the one who did have an incredible amount of experience dealing with the press. Tommy was doing this all for the first time, and that's why he keeps accidentally admitting the Xenu story.
Google, I believe, has also been given cease and desist letters by Moxon and Carver. That's the reasoning behind it. Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have every right to defend our religious beliefs. We have every right to protect our materials and our scriptures and practice our religion the way that we see fit.
It wouldn't be protection if it weren't the real information, Tommy.
As individual Scientologists, like literally we could go to a church and talk to individual Scientologists who have studied the upper levels, or Scientologists who are on their way to studying the more esoteric materials in Scientology or the upper levels of Scientology. And they will tell you, if you took this book that you have here, which purportedly contains what has been stated to be upper level materials of Scientology, and tried to show it to a Scientologist and insist that he read it, he wouldn't want to. He'd tell you, just like I would. I wouldn't want to read it. I wouldn't be interested in it, because you know what? I'm not interested in somebody else's version of my religion or somebody else's idea of what my religion is, or something that somebody stole from the church that is legitimately church materials and is trying to show it to me for the only intent of knowingly violating my religious beliefs.
So he just admitted that the OT information that's on the internet was published because it was actually stolen, which means it is the correct information. Never before this have I seen a Scientology representative actually admit that what's on the internet is true because it's stolen. Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
And knowingly violating how it is that I see fit to practice my religion.
But arguably, isn't the reason why they are potentially wouldn't want to read it is because the book itself says that if you read it out of order, in effect, quote unquote, freewheeling, according to one of the pages, that physical harm will come of you. I believe it mentions pneumonia. There is an actual fear, a physical fear. Arguably, there is a physical cause and effect that saying that if you read this before you're ready for it, then physical harm will come of you. I've read, though arguably not understood, much of OTs 3 through 6. According to this, as I read it, I should have had some sort of kill switch turned on me, and I should have died of pneumonia. Why am I not dead yet?
Here we're going to the basic fundamental point that I'm trying to make. Okay, what you're doing right now, and what it is that you're saying to me, is an intent to ridicule religious beliefs. That's really what we're talking about. And and you're just forwarding an agenda of hate by people who, for whatever reasons, trying to understand bigotry, trying to understand hate.
Hatred, bigotry. It is crazy, right? The interviewer is actually doing an excellent job. Like, really, kudos to him. He's even asking his questions in a way that I interpret like he's coming across genuine, not sarcastic, not even gotcha. The truth is, Scientology does tell its members, if you read the OT level information before you're ready to be exposed to that on Scientology's bridge, you will die of pneumonia. And in fact, Mark Headley, by the way, Mark Headley, if you're not subscribed to his channel on YouTube, go check that out. Mark Headley, Blown for Good. Mark Headley said that reading the OT material online and not dying the next day, or even getting sick, or even having a runny nose or an earache or anything, is actually one of the things that for him was like, oh, wow, this really was all BS. He tells this story because Mark, he famously escaped from the Sea Org. His wife, Claire, escaped from the Sea Org as well. She had already done the OT levels in Scientology, but Mark had not. And one night, Mark spent some time reading all the OT levels on the internet. And he's like, all right, well, I guess we'll see. We'll see if I make it through to the morning or if I die in my sleep. And he woke up the next morning and he felt great. And he was like, wow, it's all crap. So again, what was my point there? My point is the interview is just asking something that is actually a legitimately held belief by Scientologists. That if you read the information and you're not ready for it, you're going to die. He goes, I've read all the information. How come I'm not dead of pneumonia? Great question. Very offensive, though. You bigot.
I mean, it's something man's been trying to understand for eons. It's illogical to the degree that it occurs, and it can occur so viciously. The fact of the matter is no member of any faith should ever be asked or required to explain to non-believers their religious beliefs. And anyone who insists that they do, anyone who insists that they interpret it or otherwise, I'm not going to do it.
That has got to be the single stupidest thing I have ever heard a representative of a religious group say. No member of a religion should ever be asked to explain its beliefs to a non-member. Tommy, what in God's name do you think your job is if it's not to explain parts of Scientology? And yet realize this is where I say, like, to a certain degree, I think he kind of doesn't even realize what's coming out of his mouth as he says it. Because if you asked Tommy, if this interview had asked Tommy to explain a non-confidential part of Scientology, he would gladly do so. Tommy, explain a Thetan to me. Explain the 8 dynamics. Explain the ARC triangle. What are the aims of Scientology? He would gladly tell you. The faux outrage is a reflection of the fact that there's these confidential levels. And this is where you go, Tommy's just not good at his job. Because Tommy's already acknowledged at the very beginning of the interview that Scientology has these confidential core things that are against the religious beliefs to discuss publicly. That's all he has to say. He doesn't have to go on a 15-minute tirade about it. He doesn't have to say, a generalization that's obviously an untruth of no religion should ever be asked to explain their beliefs ever to anyone. Whoa, Tommy, just stick with your original point. I'm happy to tell you, could say, I'm happy to talk to you about anything in Scientology other than the upper level materials. And yet he doesn't. And that's how you know he's not even doing a good job. He's not thinking. He's not computing there rationally, blow by blow in the conversation. All he's doing is repeating what he's practiced saying either in a mirror or into a wall or to David Miscavige over and over and over again. I really kind of feel bad for him, but Tommy is such a shitty person that it's really hard to feel bad for him. But I do like seeing him squirm. I'm not going to lie. All right, let's see what else he does here.
Even in the position that you put me in now, where you're there, you're holding something, you're reading it, you're telling me what it says, you're telling me what it's about. The whole point I'm trying to make is that I, as a Scientologist, let alone as someone who has worked for the church for half my life, I refuse to even engage in the debate because there is no debate. My religious beliefs are my religious beliefs. I'm not going to explain whether what you think they are my religious beliefs or aren't, because they're mine. They're mine to interpret. They're mine to understand. It's my choice to progress.
You think he would just stop talking and ask for the next question?
In Scientology to the degree that I choose. It's an individual Scientologist's choice to progress in Scientology as they see fit and to do what they want to do and learn what they want to learn and take what they want to take. One of the things L. Ron Hubbard said is and he defined
get over it.
Personal integrity this way, is that what's true for you is what you yourself observe to be true. In other words, it's only true if you yourself observe it to be true, and that's integrity. In other words, it's true based on your own observation. So it's not true because I say so. It's not true because it's written in a book by L. Ron Hubbard. It's true to the degree that you read it and you find it's applicable to your life. It's true to the degree that you read it and you go out and you see, wow, that actually is the case. I've experienced that. I've experienced that. I've observed that. It's helped me, whatever it may be. That's how L. Ron Hubbard himself described integrity. So the progress of individual Scientologists and Dianetics and Scientology is a path of integrity. It's a path of discovery. And it's a path that the person travels of their own free will and of their own accord and takes from it what they wish to apply to their life and make themselves happier. And
then on the subject,
the fact of the matter is there's millions of Scientologists the world over. They're happy because of it. They tell other people about it.
The interviewer is literally trying to move on, and Tommy, oh my God, this is hard. This is hard.
7,700 churches, missions, and groups in 164 countries. Church has grown more in the last year than the last 5 years combined, more in the last 5 years than the last 5 decades combined. More people walked into a Church of Scientology for the first time in the last year than ever in our history. So people are clearly interested. People are clearly talking about it. And people who want to know, they should get a book by Ron Hubbard and read it. Find out for themselves.
And on a personal level, what has been your most joyous moment as a member of Scientology? A moment of personal revelation in your personal life that has been a moment of great joy. You can explain that. Describe that moment.
Wow.
Well, I've been a Scientology for most of my life. And,
wow.
and
I believe it
decided,
ends here. Yeah, it does end there. How remarkable is it that a spokesman for Scientology was thrown off by simply being asked for what was one of the greatest moments he'd experienced in Scientology? I'm sure what was running through his mind was, any day I don't get beat down by David Miscavige is one of the greatest moments of my history in Scientology. But he's like, but if I say that, I'll catch a beat down. Don't say that. Yeah, Tommy Davis is a really despicable character. I've never met a person who worked with him who has anything positive to say about him, to be perfectly honest. I only encountered him a few times, and it's not a remarkable story. It's just, he just oozes. I want to use the word, he's a D-bag. I'm literally, you guys remember when I used to swear all the time on my channel? Now I have to, I'm reduced to saying D-bag. It's amazing. Okay, but thank you, YouTube. At least it's cleaned up my potty mouth. All right, let's see. We got some comments here. Dave Owens, Tommy the spokesman, talking about Scientology violates my religion. Why are you there? Why are you here then, Tommy? He makes my brain hurt. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, here we go. Paula Brown, did Xenu have a wife? Well, I'll tell you, if she did, she's probably wondering why Xenu went out for some milk and never came back, because he ended up trapped in some sort of electronic prison up in the Himalayan mountains, here on Earth. And if he had a wife and if he had some kids, they're probably wondering why he was such a deadbeat dad. I have not heard of L. Ron Hubbard saying that Xenu had a wife, but very interesting question. Perhaps a Scientologist who has whole track recall can simply just answer that question for us from memory. If anyone emails me with an answer, I'll let you guys know. J.A. Bird, I hope you don't forget about us lil people when you get famous. What? Never. I always remember where I came from, which is right here, sitting in front of my computer, looking into my iPhone, doing videos by myself. Yeah, hopefully this interview that I did in Austin will come out tomorrow or the next day. I'm super, super duper excited about it. All right, J.A. Bird, Justin Trudeau. Yes, I think I'm just going to start calling Tommy Davis Tommy Trudeau, or Discount Trudeau, or Scientology Trudeau. He looks like the love child of Tom Cruise and Justin Trudeau. So there you go. All right, here we go. Ken's channel. Tommy is more cringy than Dave's Ted Koppel. It's no wonder they don't do interviews. And that is exactly correct. Just consider that the performances that you saw by Dave Miscavige on the Ted Koppel show, or whatever you called it back then, Dateline, Nightline, whatever. Dave's performance with Ted Koppel and this performance, that's a reflection of the best Scientology has to offer. That's the varsity squad. Those are the starters. And it's why you just don't see anyone else being put in front of cameras ever. The last guy, well, the first guy to do it really, really well was Heber Jensch. And I think Mike Rinder also did it really well. Heber Jensch has a different personality than Mike Rinder. Heber Jensch looks like everyone's friendly grandfather. Mike Rinder was very good, very sharp with his answers, but didn't necessarily come across as that warm grandpa that Heber did. Heber was probably the best friendly face of Scientology. They never really sent Mike out to be the friendly face. They sent him out to be the really sharp, smooth-talking person to deal with the media. But other than Heber and other than Mike, there really's never been anybody competent at all at handling the press. All right, let's see here. Anthony Spurgeon, does Hubbard ever say what Xenu looked like? So if he did, I don't recall it. So I want to say no. But remember, so I never did OT3 myself in Scientology. If I had done it myself while I was in, I would probably have, it would probably be much easier for me to remember exactly what's in it. But what I've read about OT3 is what everyone else has been able to read on the internet. And so anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is no, but I could be wrong. All right, and let me see if there's anything else. All right, everybody, it looks like we're all set. God, that was already a half hour. I don't know, my sense of time must be totally changing. Okay, everyone, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sticking in there with me. Thanks to everybody who watches until the very end, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, is you gonna see my rock and roll songs?
Balake, where is Balake at?
My name's Blake.
Do you want to go to war, Balake? I'm for real. Ron.
Ron is right here. Thanks for joining me, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. What I want to do tonight, and I'm trying to time this. I don't think I might not be able to like succeed on this, but I'm trying to time it. In 30 minutes, Mark Headley is starting his Top 10 Tuesdays stream. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I can do a stream and try to have it redirect directly into his stream. I'm not sure the timing is going to work out, but I'm sort of going to try to make that happen. We'll see. But anyway, if the timing doesn't work out, guys, when this ends, go check out Blown for Good channel, Top 10 Tuesdays with Mark and Claire Headley. So what I want to do, guys, is react to part 3 of Reckless Ben's infiltration of Scientology. Let me share this on the screen here. I'm not sure if you can see this. So their channel, they uploaded this video, this series of videos, but this one in particular, almost 3 years ago now. This has racked up almost 500,000 views on YouTube, which is pretty incredible. And their channel's up to 164,000 subscribers. Quite good. And these guys do a bunch of other great videos as well. So check out Reckless Ben. This is part 3 of their either 8-part or 11-part. I can never quite remember. Their documentary series of infiltrating Scientology in Los Angeles at some of the lower level service organizations. This one in particular has to do with the Purification Rundown. This is highly entertaining. And I did watch this earlier today, so I'm not watching it fresh for the first time like I did the other ones. But I want to show this to you guys anyway. So let me get my little view sorted out here. And yeah, let's do it. Check this out, guys. Come on now. Here we go.
Part 3. Here we have the chart of Scientology, and right at the bottom, we've got this thing called a purification process. It's the first thing that you have to do before you can do any of this other nonsense. Because Scientology is the fastest growing religion, there were a lot of people that were also interested in this program. So first they showed us some videos of people who have gone through the cleanse to tell us about their experience.
My mind is definitely clear and I can focus. I can see colors better, I can hear better.
So basically you get superpowers. How is it even possible to hear better? How do you hear better unless you have like hearing aid? Oh, let me tell you, Michael, we got 5 treadmills, a sauna, 1 scale, 1 shower, and ooh, a Christmas tree. So it's basically worse than a Planet Fitness membership. And more expensive. I wonder how much that costs.
The cost is $2,500. You're going to
sit here and sweat a bunch of toxins and whatever, you're gonna sweat other things.
Okay, I'm not saying I don't trust you guys, but we don't trust you. So we decided to call you out. Again, just like we did in episode 2. What do you
All right. So anyway, I just want to jump in. That really is all that there is to the Scientology purification rundown, and that really is the cost. It really does cost $2,500. You take some vitamins, you take way too much niacin, carcinogenic levels of niacin. You take lecithin and grapeseed oil. You do about 20 minutes of cardio just to get the blood running. You're not supposed to lose weight while on the purification rundown. It's not a fitness regimen. It's not a weight loss regimen. Scientologists believe it is literally sweating and cleaning out the residual toxins that are stored in the fat of your body. And literally $2,500. Even if you believed in the process of the purification rundown, you could do it at any gym, any sauna, any gym for $50. Pretty incredible. All right, here we go.
What do you think science says about sweating out toxins? I don't know, Ben. How about you show me? Here's what a simple Google search of "can you sweat out toxins" looks like.
Can you actually sweat out toxin? The simple answer to that is no, you cannot.
So it's gonna be half an hour here and then 4.5 hours sauna.
You be in there for 4.5 hours?
Yeah,
It's healthy to be in the sauna for 4.5 hours a day. Like, guess what? Okay.
totally healthy.
This is a study from Harvard. Do not spend more than 20 minutes at a time in a sauna. First-time users should spend a maximum of 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, they want you to do this program every day for 21 days, every day. No breaks at all. Not a single break.
The purification is supposed to come out through your sweat.
Yeah.
The amount of toxins that you actually sweat out are so minuscule that they mean nothing. It will be something like 1/10,000th of a microgram in the entire sweat from your body. It's literally nothing.
So technically they're right. You actually can sweat out toxins. It's just a little weird though because they advertise it a little bit differently in the program.
We had one person who had like a lot of chemicals. Towels were like, had like some blue prints at the end of the day.
Everybody always tells that exact same story. Oh, I was on the purification rundown, and I was wiping my sweat off with a white towel, and it was purple. It was blue from all the toxins that were coming out. And by the way, you don't just do it for 21 days. There is no maximum number of days that you can spend on the purification rundown. It should take somewhere between 3 to 4 weeks, but it's not a timed activity. Some people are on it for months. And these days, Scientology has people do the purification rundown who don't even have any history of drugs. These days, they're pushing it on younger and younger people, saying that just even the polluted environment is enough to accumulate chemicals and toxins and residues in your fat. And L. Ron Hubbard's claim was that these residues make it harder to get progress in real Scientology auditing. So, yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, coming from the body, it was continuing to come out, so we continued until it came out.
Let's do this.
And that was only part 1. And here's part 2.
This is getting rid of things and building with new things that are natural, that are good for you. So these are the vitamins. It gives you how many vitamins you're going to take.
And we were able to get a hold of that list. It says the top vitamin you're supposed to take in here is niacin. According to doctors, the daily amount that adult males are supposed to take 16 milligrams a day. Look at this. According to this book,
This is how ridiculous this is. 5,000 a day.
that's 250 times as much as you're supposed to take. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but to me, that sounds like the definition of false advertising.
Dude, why haven't they been sued for this yet?
Well, it's because they believe that this is going to make them better. Remember, these guys call themselves a religion, Michael.
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter. Just because they believe it to be true, it doesn't let them get away with false advertising.
Red Bull gives you a win.
Yeah, so quick comment. It is Scientologists have no idea that niacin is in fact one of the most thoroughly and widely studied supplements in long-term clinical trials involving hundreds of thousands, millions of, I won't say patients because niacin's not a medicine, but clinical trials involving niacin are some of the most wide-ranging long-term trials that exist. And taking niacin at the doses that Scientologists tend to take niacin, not even just on the purification rundown, but just on a day-to-day basis, niacin is very popular in Scientology, is carcinogenic. And, you know, a lot of people wonder, why is it so many Scientologists die from cancer? Could it be the blue asbestos on the free winds? It could be. But another thing that it could be is the massive doses of niacin that Scientologists take over very long periods of time. It's really something to consider. All right, let's keep going. Wings.
I 100% believe that Red Bull gives me wings. So this is a ridiculous situation, but Red Bull actually got sued for $13 million when the drinker did not receive the wings he was promised. If Scientology wasn't allowed to call themselves a religion anymore, they would get annihilated. Because if Red Bull's not able to get away with this, then Scientology's definitely not going to be able to get away with this.
$2,500.
For instance, me, my thing is marijuana. I feel sometimes out of place where I don't feel like I'm 100% there, and just boom, like that, I just forget what I'm talking about. It gets really embarrassing. Because like I don't even have to be high anymore for that to happen. I really look forward to like not having that feeling anymore because I'm really tired of being forgetful all the time or not remembering.
Right.
Oh my
I totally
God.
understand that. Well, that can be handled for sure.
There was no way I was.
I got to tell you, part of me is wondering if those two people that are on this tour with Ben and his friend are actually plants. Are they actually part of the sales process? Are they just there pretending to be interested in the Purif to help Scientology sign up Ben and his friend for the Purif? I watched this whole thing through earlier, but I didn't watch the entire thing. I was skipping ahead a little bit. But that looks highly suspicious to me. All right, something just cut out here. Here we go. Let's check it out.
I was gonna let this guy leave like this.
So what do you think about that purification program?
Oh, it's cool, bro. I really want to do it. Right now, that's just a lot of money. Yeah, because it's 2,500, so that's a lot. But like I said, the grass is probably green on the other side, bro.
So this guy literally said, I don't have enough money to pay for this, but there's hope that I will get better if I do this program. So he's literally going to give his life savings to this program in hope that this makes him better.
It's gonna make it worse.
It is going to make him worse. It's going to make him way worse.
Did you hear him say it's very expensive and I can't afford it, but the grass is probably greener on the other side? That guy clearly has no idea what that expression means.
Some people have like manifestations of like feeling numb somehow in a part of the body, and then that's some anesthetic that is coming out.
That's not the anesthetic coming out. You're literally just describing the effects of what it is to be dehydrated. You're not supposed to be in a sauna for 4 hours.
I have seen some people, honestly, that look like they're drunk, like while they're doing the program.
Dude, that's hard, bro. You're not supposed to do that.
Until you get the money, have you thought about maybe getting a Planet Fitness membership? It's only $10 a month. And they have all the treadmills. I could take you as my guest sometime if you want to come. Most of the supplements you can take at a grocery store. Yeah, we could do this program at Planet Fitness just for free, you know? Put your number in my phone. What was your experience like? Like, can you stay in a sauna for 4.5 hours?
Easy.
Uh-huh.
If you decide that that's what you're doing, it's easy.
Yeah.
You exercise and you do it.
Yeah.
Whatever you decide to do, you do it. You do backflips, you do it.
That's
It
awesome.
doesn't matter if somebody says you can't do it.
Even if it feels like you're dying in the sauna, you just gotta push through it.
We've been talking a lot of crap about you guys Scientology. So me and Michael, we thought it wouldn't be fair unless we went out and actually tried this for ourselves. So we're currently on our way to a sauna. And we're gonna try the cleanse program. We're gonna see what it's like to sit in a sauna for 4.5 hours. Can you do it? We don't know. We're gonna find out.
We just got in the sauna. We made it to 1 hour. We're still going, Michael. Hour 2.
What do you think about staying in a sauna for 4.5 hours?
Don't be stupid. Listen to your body and get out when you need to.
Well, from what we've heard, it's
By the way, to be fair, you're not expected to stay in the sauna for 4.5 hours or 5 hours straight. You don't have to stay in the sauna if you feel like you can't stay in the sauna. You can get out, you can take cold showers, you can take breaks. You're encouraged to spend as much of your time in the sauna as possible, but it's not quite like that. All right.
totally safe though.
It's completely 100% safe.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
We're going to be in 4 hours.
Yeah, that is not a smart move. Where did you get your research from?
We were told not to look online for anything. We told
His name's Elron Hubbard.
we were told that the research that says that it's bad for you is like fake news.
Okay, good luck with that.
If you put your mind to it, you can do it. That's what they told us.
Quitting isn't an option. It's just, you should do it. Hour 3, we're still going.
I don't know, it looks like kind of blue.
Ah, dude, it's just water. What do you mean?
No freaking way.
Holy shit! Dude, that fucking burns, man. What is that? Dude, I've been in here for so long. Dude, it's not good. Bro, I'm so blue now. Oh my god.
And it's the toxins.
Bro, I need to get out. I need to get out. I'm getting out.
What happened? Is that the toxins they're saying about, or? Probably, man. I'll tell you this much, his butthole's gonna feel good in the morning. Well, blue, man, he's gonna be shitting out blue. At least it's coming out, not in, right?
Oh my god.
Pretty funny, guys.
No,
Dude, Ben, even the pee's blue, man.
well, turns out we were wrong. So we're in at hour 4, and Michael's just profusively sweating blue. It's terrible, and I feel like a smurf. Who knew? We were wrong about this entire video.
You
We're sorry. Oh my
You had it right.
gosh.
You can sweat out your toxins. It is totally possible to sweat blue.
Scientology, we're sorry.
So
we didn't
we're
know.
sorry.
We didn't know.
You were right, and we were wrong.
You got it.
That was it? Okay, good. Well, I guess better that it wasn't so long. You know, it's funny that, let me get rid of this thing. So, you would think that if Scientologists thought that the purification program was like the one standard correct way to get rid of toxins from the body, that would be like the main thing that they do. And yet all of these cleansing fads, these liver cleanses, juice cleanses, teas, these cleansing teas are so popular in Scientology. Scientologists are really infatuated with cleansing toxic residues from the body. And the truth is, many of you guys out there already know this. Most of that entire industry is just purely fraudulent. The liver and the kidneys kind of cleanse themselves, you guys. It doesn't need tea. It doesn't need cayenne pepper and honey and juice and whatever the heck it is. So, all right, there. Let me just address any comments here, and then we will wrap it up. Let's see. Julie Russell, what was the most positive or beneficial thing you gained from being in Scientology? I would say the most positive thing that I gained is a thorough understanding, a subjective experience and reality of how high control groups and cults operate, and am less likely to have become involved in something like that again. Thank you for the question, Julie. All right, let me see if there's another one here. There might not be. All right, guys, that's it. I thought this might go a little longer and that we would run right into Mark Headley's one, but we're not going to do that. So check it out. Mark Headley, Blown for Good, Top 10 Tuesdays. Go watch. Go subscribe. Help Mark Headley get more subscribers than Scientology. All right, everyone, thanks for hanging in there with me and watching tonight. Thanks for everybody who watches until the very end, and I'll talk to you soon.
If you want to see my rock and roll songs, what on this guitar? And if you want to see a different one of my videos,
Balake. Where is Balake at?
My name's Blake.
Do you want to go to war, Balake? I'm for real. Ron.
Hey, Ron here. I figured out how to do the intro without a countdown, guys. See, I keep learning. It takes me a while, but I pick it up. I want to do part 2 of my reaction, a series of reaction videos to the Reckless Ben. I'll call it a documentary. The channel on YouTube, Reckless Ben, and I'll bring it up here so everybody can see it. These guys, I guess I should share it. There we go. Let's take a really good look at it. The channel, Reckless Ben, infiltrated Scientology in Los Angeles. And this is, let's see, this is a few years ago now. And these guys did a multi-part series on YouTube. And for the last 6 months, everybody's been asking me, not everybody, you guys know what I mean, to react to these videos. And I did part 1 last week, and I had a lot of fun on it. Part 2 is a longer video. This is a 20-minute video. I'll try not to make this a 1-hour-long reaction video, but you guys know how it goes. I have not seen this video before. This is a live reaction. Hopefully we got some good stuff here. Before we jump into it, I want to thank Nathaniel Christopher, one of my YouTube viewers here, for sending me a vintage David Miscavige plush doll. Guys, I didn't even know they made these anymore. I mean, this was a limited run way back in the day of David Miscavige dolls. I want to share this with you. Look at this. Can you believe that? This is probably maybe one of 5 ever made. I don't know how these ever leaked from the international management base. Miscavige had them commissioned in his likeness, and somehow he found it. Someone had thrown it away. And anyway, I just want to thank you for that. It's absolutely amazing. Speaking of little fun dolls, let me do a little plug. It's been a while since I've plugged this. Let me pull up my banner. But Mark Headley's been doing a good job plugging it. If you get merch from the spshop.com, 100% of those proceeds go towards the Aftermath Foundation, which helps people who are escaping from Scientology. This is a Mike Rinder bobblehead. Mike Rinder's on the board of the Aftermath Foundation, as am I, as am Mark Headley, and every week we're helping people who are escaping from Scientology. So just wanted to get that plug in. Let's just jump right into this, guys. Let me get the proper little view going here. We'll go full screen. Bada bing. And just let me know that the audio is all good once I start playing, and we'll rock and roll. Let's do this.
Yeah, so the first part, we went to Scientology's church service. The fact that they can call that a church service blows my mind. The Scientology is able to be tax exempt because they say that what they're teaching is educational. So I was just asking some of the employees why what we were learning is educational. When I asked them, this is what they said.
I mean, it was fun, but like, there's got to be some type of benefit for us, right?
All right, so group processing. Most group processing, another term for group auditing, consists of a command or series of auditing commands called processes that direct. Do you know what a Satan is by now?
No.
What is light? Like, literally, what are we doing here?
So that guy just didn't answer the question. So when I asked the next guy, this is what he said.
I was wondering, there's got to be some type of benefit to it. There's a reason that we were doing it.
How do I explain this to you? Okay, so processing is another word for auditing. Okay. So L. Ron Hubbard developed a series of processes that you could do that address a whole group at the same time. And when you do that, different people will have different realizations or ideas or different, like, you know, maybe a pain will go away or like, you know, they'll have their own experiences with that. Each person can get.
Guys, real quick, just, you know, to be as educational as possible. You see his uniform. You see how he's got a little pin on the collar of his uniform. That indicates that he is a Sea Org member, and that indicates that his rank is Petty Officer First Class. So when you join the Sea Org, everyone's a swamper, and then you go PO3, PO2, PO1, Chief Petty Officer, then you get promoted to Officer. So this guy's been in the Sea Org for no less than 5 years, probably much longer than 5 years. But these days, Scientology Sea Org members and Scientology staff members who aren't Sea Org members, they actually have uniforms that look very, very similar. But only a Sea Org member will have a pin showing their rank, and their cufflinks also show their rank.
Get what they get out of it, but that's the purpose of it. So obviously, you get what you get from it as a person. Okay? Does that make a little bit more sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, perfect. So I'm glad that we finally got an answer. That made complete sense. It's completely logical. I feel much more. I feel like that made no sense. I feel like that actually made no sense. If you try to use Scientology's logic in a real life situation, it would never work.
Following along, can you tell me what 2 + 2 is?
How do I explain this to you? So, 2 is just another way of saying 2. And in mathematics, we've developed a series of processes in order to answer this problem.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Perfect. And you can use what you now know here through the process of addition, and that'll give you your answer. It's very easy.
Oh, okay. So, what's the answer then?
Before you can really understand this problem here, you need to understand what this word means. Have you bought your dictionary yet? It's only $25.
No, I don't have any cash on me.
Ah, that's fine. I take card too.
I actually don't even think I brought my wallet with me.
Well, you need this book, so just have your friend pay for you.
What do you mean? I'm the only person in this classroom.
Well, then what about Apple Pay?
Oh, no, I'm Team Android.
We can also exchange it for Bitcoin.
There's really no way that I can pay for your book right now.
All right, let's just move on then. So 2 is the natural number following 1 and
That's a pretty damn good reenactment of a Scientology registrar interview.
Team 3.
Listen, I don't care. I just want to know what the answer is.
Okay, clearly you're not realizing anything here, so I drew you this graph to help you better understand. No, I don't want to see any bar charts. Then how about this pie chart? No pie charts. Well, then maybe this line graph will help you. Okay, look, I don't get it. You're talking about a lot of things that go over my head, and I just don't understand. All I want to know is what 2 plus 2 is. Like, what's the answer? Look, I see that you don't get it, and that's fine. That's the great thing about math. It's different per person. You get what you get. Well, that's it. I give up. I tried. That's gonna be $2,500. And that is Scientology in real life.
Yeah, that's about how it goes trying to get anyone in Scientology to give you a straight answer about pretty much anything in Scientology.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's the answer. Scientology doesn't work. But dude, that's how they get you to believe in things like Xenu, because this is their logic. Basically, we told them we were broke. So they said they would let us do our first auditing session for free. The next day comes, I had to do an interview to see if I was mentally ready for my audit.
Are you attempting to investigate Scientology?
No.
Do you have any sort of investigatory, like, frame of mind, journalist, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Guys, this is a real interview that is done on everyone before they can start a Scientology course. This is not edited. This is legit. Just wait. They're probably going to ask him if he's there as an agent of the government pretty soon.
Do you have anyone in your family who's connected to, like, any media or government police intelligence organizations?
No.
I mean, the CIA, FBI, MI6, Mossad.
Really? They were just
Guys, that is for real.
interrogating. That's all it was. It wasn't an interview, it was an interrogation. That's what it was.
Do you have anybody in your life who doesn't like Scientology or doesn't like the fact that you're here or might object to it?
Maybe my parents.
You know that you've come into a church of Scientology?
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't want to have a situation where your parents are like, creating trouble for you. Have you watched or read or seen any like bad media about Scientology?
No.
So I'm not going to sit here and I don't want to encourage you to go look at things, but I will say that the only accurate information you're going to receive about Scientology, in my experience, because I have been subjected to many, many, many things, having been working in this office for about 10 years now. The only accurate information you're going to receive about Scientology is by being in a Scientology church and doing Scientology auditing.
So you think it wouldn't be a good idea for me to like Google Scientology?
No. Just to be real with you.
After they found out I was mentally ready, I'd go to my second interview.
I mean, I don't want to keep stopping it and telling you guys what you're already thinking. I mean, it can be hard to imagine that Scientology even still manages to function or bring in anybody at all when anyone who walks in the door is subjected to interviews like these. And I mean, everyone. I mean, he literally asked him, does anyone in your family not like Scientology? Have you ever read anything bad about Scientology on the internet? I'll tell you. All right, anyway, let's keep going.
Interrogation.
Let's do this. So yeah, just hold it and then you can put it in your lap. This is the email, right? Basically, there's a needle. There's not an actual mass, and they get registered.
Wow.
In the meter. This was found by L. Ron Hubbard. Current going through your body actually does things, impinges on it, and the current changes.
When the electricity goes to your body, it takes your thought and it moves the needle. You want to know how it actually works, Michael? When you squeeze the cans, it moves the needle. There's no way. But first, we had to calibrate the machines.
I'm going to have you squeeze the cans very gently and relax it to the position where you started. So squeeze the cans. Thank you. Now let's do it much more gently, like very, very light. Squeeze the cans. Squeeze the cans. Squeeze the cans. A little more gently. Squeeze the cans. Good. I'm going to do something called a pinch test. I'm going to pinch your arm. Look at the needle. Okay?
Okay.
So it didn't move when he pinched my arm. I waited like 4 seconds and I was like, the joke's getting old, so I squeezed the cans just to play along with this game, and then the needle went up.
See that?
Oh yeah, it went up.
Good.
And then it gets even worse because he gives it away again.
You didn't squeeze it, right? You just
No. Yeah.
And then it moves.
Yeah.
You see that?
You just gave away the answer to your trick. Like, you're the worst magician ever.
Now,
I gotta be honest. The guy's doing the pinch test a little messed up. There's no reason to set the sensitivity on a pinch test, especially when the needle's not moving. What you want to do is jack that sensitivity all the way up so that your test doesn't completely fail like that one did.
we're going to do an interview. These are questions to make an auditing program for you. So we know what areas to address. Good. Do you have any concerns in life which you would like to remedy?
Yeah, so my friend and I, we found a guy on Craigslist, and he said he would give us $10 if we blew him. So me and my friend, it was actually three of us. We all three went in and we blew him. And
Yeah.
we blew him, and the worst part is he didn't even give us the $10.
Wait, can we have
We
the
did
10
it.
bucks, please?
What do you mean by blue?
We put it out on Craigslist, like, hey, we just want to blow someone, and so they're like, hey, just give us $10. It's like, okay, so we blew him. We did it at Venice Beach.
Okay. And what do you mean by blow?
You know what, like blowing means, right?
Okay. I understand.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not gay though, so
Good.
yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Okay, good. Are you attempting to investigate Scientology?
Do I look like someone that would investigate Scientology?
I don't think so personally. Okay, cool. Have you come across any data unfavorable towards Scientology from the internet, news, TV, or any other sources?
Not yet. Like, what do you guys recommend? Like, should I research it and like?
Definitely not.
That's
the worst thing you could do.
It's the worst thing.
Especially in Scientology.
Researching Scientology is the worst thing you can do. You know, it's funny. I'll switch the view here real quick. Just think of logically though, even if they're telling you the only way you could get reliable information from Scientology is by someone who's currently in it or by doing it yourself. Logically, by extension, someone else who had been in Scientology and had done it themselves would also have reliable information on Scientology, even though they chose to no longer do it anymore. I'm only mentioning this, it might be obvious to everybody, like, yeah, we get it, but it's like, the guy who's even saying this, there's something about the cult mind conditioning where you genuinely don't realize how what you're saying doesn't logically make any sense. I say that from personal experience, guys. The 30 years I spent in Scientology, never did it occur to me that the information we were being fed at the major international events like 5 or 6 times a year was even suspicious or fraudulent or false. You know, the massive expansion all around the world, even though in front of me, in retrospect, the evidence that this wasn't true was right in front of my eyes. It never even occurred to me I was being deceived until after I left Scientology and I started having some more freedom of mind. It's really hard to understand, because you guys know I don't seem like a dumb guy. I'm setting myself up there for the comments, I understand. But if you've watched a lot of my stuff, you know I'm not a dumb guy. I'm just saying, right? And yet just think that it never even occurred to me we were being lied to. It's embarrassing to admit, but I think it's important to point out. All right, let's keep going.
You don't think it's good to sometimes look at the negatives just to see like what their mindset is?
Yeah, we usually only deal with truths.
Uh-huh.
Which is only found when you observe it for yourself rather than reading someone else's thoughts.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sure. All right. Now, do you have any books? Do you have the Dynetics book?
Not yet. My friend has my wallet in his car.
Is there a way we can purchase a book in like
I can just get a book next time also.
I would like to just get it now because I want to start reading it. So we're trying to get a Dynetics book. So we're trying to get a Dynetics book. Well, if not, I guess tomorrow. I'm gonna be texting you, but I would like you to come in tomorrow so you can get Dynetics.
So are we done today then, or?
We're done for today.
The next day comes, and it's finally time for my audit.
She's now auditing somebody else.
Of course, I don't get my audit yet. I haven't paid them any money yet.
I want you to get the book.
I am not about to give this church any money. Instead, I just try to make them feel bad about it and test their morals.
How much do you have today?
I only have like $100 left for this month, so if I do get this book, I'm gonna have to sacrifice it for food. So, you know, if there's any maybe cheaper people that might have bought the book that don't want it anymore, that are selling it secondhand on Amazon.
I don't think so. But we should just maybe just at least get you the book.
I saw there's a Scientology YouTube page.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to YouTube.
There's a whole Scientology YouTube page though, isn't there? It's like Scientology is the one that created it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you don't trust the internet?
No. Scientology.org is the only one.
Isn't that funny, guys? That Scientology will tell someone walking in the door for the first time not to go to the Scientology YouTube channel even. And yet Scientology puts up a Scientology YouTube channel to bring people in. This is another example of what I mean. It's like, it doesn't even occur to the guy saying this, how absolutely irrational this logic is. I promise you, he literally does not occur to him.
Okay. And everything else is fake news. It's all fake.
So you don't have it with you right now. You don't have anything with you right now.
No. No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. You need to bring like $25, and I want to get that book for you.
Because I asked them about YouTube, I think they were afraid I was gonna like research about Scientology. They wanted to show me another one of their propaganda videos about the dangers of the media.
So there is no good press. There is only bad press about you.
Look at this innocent guy. He just wanted to pick up a newspaper to read a little bit more about what's going on. What do you think's gonna happen to him? Boom! Guys running with guns. Boom! They're aiming it at him. Go read the newspaper. This could be you. Oh my god.
Wow.
That was the thing. If you read a newspaper, like SWAT team's gonna kick.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. This video. It's craziness. After this, my worst fear in the entire world came true.
I mean, okay, first of all, what kind of glasses are these? I've never seen these kinds of glasses
These?
before.
Oh, I don't know. My friend and I, we just got them. We thought they looked cool. It's a style thing. No.
Oh, I thought this was a cyber ones, because I've seen
Oh,
them where they
no.
have, like, sometimes they're more obvious, they have like, big ones,
Uh-huh.
but because they're shiny too, so I was like, can you like take videos?
Oh, no. That'd be cool.
I've seen that before.
Uh-huh.
And they can like press a button and it takes like a 20-second video.
Wait, those exist?
Yeah.
They can make a camera that small?
Yes, in the person I saw who had them, they had, it was really obvious. I mean, it wasn't like a camera, it didn't look like
Uh-huh.
a camera, but it had like circles on the sides, and you literally press it.
Oh, those are the Snapchat glasses.
Maybe.
They only made like 1,000 of them in the entire world or something. And they were like really rare.
See, I think that would be cool, not for Snapchat, but it's in
I have genuinely wondered what type of glasses they used to record this that were not extremely obvious. Other than those ridiculous Google Lens things, I have never seen a pair of glasses that you could use that actually hid the camera as well as this appears to be hidden.
Uh-huh.
I mean, she's looking right at the damn thing.
almost like the portable GoPro.
Yeah, maybe I should. That'd be cool, yeah, because then you can always have a POV.
What is that? Oh,
It's a point of view.
So she doesn't even know spy glasses exist.
Uh-huh.
that'd be legit.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Get like tiny cameras.
Oh, we're back to them selling us this book. Oh, it always comes full circle.
Did you get the money for the book so you can start reading today and get ahead of the game?
Of course, we're not gonna just give up our money. We're not just gonna willingly give them money. I'm like, I'm sure for my auditing session.
I don't know if $100 is gonna be enough for me to like do this and eat. I don't know. What do you think? Should I buy the book anyways and just say screw it?
Oh, for sure.
Maybe I just won't eat for a couple of days and.
No, just do noodles. But you
Oh
should
my
get
god.
Okay, I'll have to call Michael and maybe I can go to his work and I should go to his work and then pick up my wallet and come back. Okay. Sounds good.
So obviously, I didn't go visit.
Again, guys, not to say the obvious, but it's like, just imagine how hard up, and I'm saying this from experience, but just from what you're seeing here, how hard up these registrars are to make their numbers, the instructions they're given, how much they're trained to never take no for an answer, always get the money, always get the money. That the guy's saying, I've only got $100 for the rest of the month, and nobody can just pull out a used copy of Dianetics and be like, we've got 5,000 of these lying around here, just use this one for now. They will not let this go over something as ridiculous as $25.
Visit Michael at his work because I didn't want to pay them money. So a couple hours later, I came back with some good news. Great news. Incredible news.
But good news though, I did find a book on Amazon for $2.99. The same book.
No, it's not the same.
It's not the same?
No, it's
Well, it's called the same and it's by the same author. But I still need the main one.
Yeah, you need to start getting courses. You need to get a hold of the book.
We basically told these people they're in a job search, so we just haven't found a job yet.
If I were you, I would challenge myself and go and find a job tonight. Just stay out and go find a job.
Uh-huh. Well, it's not really that easy.
I tried to explain to her that that's not how easy it is to get a job. That there's more steps than just that.
Because you apply and then so I can go and like fill out applications tonight. And then what happens is I go and fill the application. They look at it, and if they want to interview me, I come in for an interview. If they like me, I have to come in for a second interview.
But what? Go back to this list and say, hey, I want to be your boss. Just take me.
Well, I do say that.
Just go back again,
Uh-huh.
again. If you decide right now, I'm gonna find a job tonight, you not have any other thought, but I'm finding a job tonight. Without the like, application, it takes time. I went through say, I'm finding a job tonight.
Okay.
And you
I mean, you got to admire her drive and persistence and enthusiasm. But the chances of that, the woman who's speaking right now, the chances that she has actually ever held a job in the real world, probably close to zero. She is a Sea Org member. She's not just a Scientology staff member. And she's almost certainly a second-generation member. She probably was on staff. She sounds to me like she's from Mexico. She was probably on staff at one of the Mexican orgs and then came to Los Angeles and joined the Sea organization. She's never had a job in her entire life. And she's been trained to believe, hey, you can do anything you just make a decision to do, and you can do it now. Because that's how the Sea Org operates. That can work in some areas of life. It's just kind of comedic to see it unfolding in this way.
1,000%. I need a job tonight. Is there any way that I can get a job here tonight?
No, we don't hire on the spot now.
See, that's not going to work for me. I need a job tonight.
Usually just wait to get caught, like 1 or 2 weeks at caught.
So I have to wait 1 or 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I need a job by tonight.
Well, it's not like I could give you the job.
There's no way at all.
For me, no.
There's always something you can do. See, that's a negative thought in your brain. See, here's the thing. I'm a very experienced engineer. I'm a professional slackliner. I went to college for 4 years. I am definitely overqualified for this job.
I don't have no say or so.
You don't have...
The only way this could get better if he was like, you don't understand. I need to buy a Dianetics book tonight. I need $25. Can I just come in and work for 2.5 hours? Oh. But they're doing a great job. This is really quality stuff.
Have any say? It's not that late yet. If maybe I can even go to their house. Do you know where they live?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
One of these is gonna
Every
work,
single
Michael.
one of them says online.
The thought that the application takes time, it's only in your brain. You can get a job in 1 day if you really put your mind to it, you know?
Oh, no, it's possible. You got to background check, you got to do all that.
It's impossible to get a job in 1 night, is what you're saying?
Yeah. After you do that, then you got to talk to like the GM.
There's this thought in your mind right now that it's impossible for me to get a job tonight. And I just need you to like let go of that thought.
I will talk to the manager.
We are not leaving.
That's good.
Job.
It is private property. So you guys...
He seriously needs a job anyway.
Some of them
We tried this.
Online, yeah.
You just have to wait for a couple of months.
So that's the thing.
Well,
we can't wait.
We don't have any more time.
Yeah, there's a waiting period.
Like 2 or 3 weeks.
So I think you're just telling yourself there's a waiting period. I think if you wanted to, you guys could hire me tonight.
Oh, I want in every day.
So just from my experience with talking with you, I think that you have enough qualifications to interview us. So I say we just do our interview right now. Get over
Yeah,
with.
since we're here.
Do you know what's really cracking me up about this? They are perfectly imitating the strategies of the registrar and the recruiters. Perfectly. I love it.
I think you're qualified. I think you're well qualified. You sound good, yeah.
You definitely think better about yourself.
Something's going wrong and we don't really know why.
Yeah.
You can get a job in 1 day if you really put your mind to it, you know?
Oh, no, that's possible. They got a background check, you got to do all that.
We need a job tonight. Is there...
You gotta go already, so I'm gonna call the cops. I told you already how to. You cannot get a job tonight. You want a job, go sell your stuff or something. You're not gonna get a job tonight here.
Do you know the place where we
They
can
were being
sell
really
ourselves?
rude to us.
Yeah, I know, LA is rude. Like, they are rude.
So she told us to sell ourselves, and we were like, that could be an option, but I don't think that's the right thing to do. So
No way, are you kidding? Are you
yeah,
actually gonna do that?
are we not trying hard enough?
What I think you did was great.
Okay, so at this point, I felt like they were postponing my audit for so long that I was never going to get this free audit unless I bought their book. But I didn't want to give them a single penny of my money unless they felt awful for it.
I just want to be completely honest with you guys. I felt really pressured to get this book, and I didn't have any money. So one of my friends, he leaves his house unlocked. I took his PS4 and took it to like the nearest pawn shop. I sold it for $150. So I have...
Does he know?
No, I haven't told him yet.
Is he gonna be happy about that?
I don't think so. He might just think that someone just came in and took it. I need money for this book. So I did what I had to do. Like, I have money for the book, though.
Is he gonna...
Not at all.
Okay. It's your integrity. Like, if you wanna do it that way, fine. But I got it.
I know it wasn't the right thing, but... So I'm kind of thinking now, like, should I give the money back, or should I use the money for this book?
Okay, the other thing I said before about having the blinders on and not really having the freedom of mind to realize there's something really wrong with the information that you're dealing with. You know, none of these, it doesn't even occur to these people that what's going on with Ben, and I guess it's just Ben, not his partner, that they are being completely messed with. And I ask you guys, let me know in the comments down below. Do you think a normal person in the real world, a salesperson, whatever it is, just outside of Scientology, would realize that they were being messed with? Do you think it's that these Sea Org members are just so solely focused on getting their one product that it actually prevents them from being able to think critically enough to go, you're absolutely messing with me? Like even the girl who called him out on the glasses, she wanted to call him out. She suspected there was something wrong, but she didn't want there to be something wrong. She wanted to be wrong about there being something wrong, because she would rather that it was really a new person coming in that was genuinely interested in Scientology. So it took no effort whatsoever to convince her that what she was concerned about wasn't really a problem. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. That's my take on it, but
I don't know.
It's your decision. I'm not gonna make a decision for you on this.
Uh-huh.
It's you with yourself and to live.
Let's see what she says when I offer to give the money back.
Do you think I should just give the money back, or because I
If
won't?
you buy the book, you buy the book.
So we came up with a moral solution.
You can keep 30 and you give him the rest of the money, but I think you should.
wow.
For sure.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go buy this book then.
Okay.
Wow.
What if he gets mad?
He might. I'll just say like it's what I had to do. Like it's to make me a better person.
Okay, so you're sure you want to do this?
If you're okay with it.
I have no opinion of it. Obviously, it's great. I just don't want you to go in trouble because you stole something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Here's the thing. All I want to make sure is that if he gets mad, like, it's on you. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not be responsible because you stole it.
Yeah.
Good. So fill this out?
So we're going with the book.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's not my fault at all. Here, now buy this book with the money you just stole. But it's not my fault. Perfect.
Do you want me to put the rest in your account?
You can do that.
Yeah.
Is that what you recommend, or?
Yeah.
I'll just take the $5 back.
Okay.
Just in case I get hungry today.
Boom.
Dianetics.
That's blood money, Ben. I felt pressured. I was pressured to buy the book. She's basically telling you to do it. But it's 100% my decision. It's like your girlfriend. It's 100% my decision.
You think I should give the rest of the money back then and not use it for courses for now, like while I have it at least?
It's up to you. What do you want to do? You make the decision.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if it is actually my decision. Let's see if it is my decision.
I don't know. That's why I'm
Do you want to
asking
go
you
course?
guys.
Because I can get you to a course in like 2.5 hours.
With what money? You just stole a PS4. The babies. The Dianetics book.
There's a seminar that you can do today. It's 2.5 hours. It's $60.
And I just go and I listen to.
It is funny. He's like, I stole my roommate's PS4. I sold it. This is illicit proceeds. And she's like, you want to do a course? You want to buy a book? You want me to put the rest on account? Now, I do believe this registrar got in trouble whenever this thing was revealed. Not even necessarily for taking the money, but for being so gullible as to not realize he goaded her like 10 times into putting the responsibility for the decision on her. She was obviously being set up, and she was so clueless. So she got in trouble for being clueless, not for taking the money. That's my take on it. By the way, I will get to all the super chats after the reaction portion is done. I promise you guys.
So the people talk.
No, it's actually a video. I think you should do it with Michael today.
Okay, you think I should do that as opposed to give him the money back?
As I said, it's your decision.
Now that I finally bought the book, they have finally introduced me to my auditing lady.
That's where our organization is the fastest growing religion on the planet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Okay, that was a common theme. Scientology is the biggest religion. You gotta join the biggest religion. You know what I mean? I'm a skeptic. I don't believe you. We're calling you out, Ernie. We're calling out your nonsense facts. We decided to double check you. Yeah, I was kind of curious for myself how Scientology compares to other major religions. So I made a graph. This is what a graph of the major religions look like. This is the graph when you add Scientology. When you graph Scientology next to all these other big religions, it turns out you're so small, you don't even take up a pixel. That's not fair. You can't get good data when you can't even see the data points. But we decided to give you a fair shot. We wanted to get you on the graph. We wanted to get you on that map, baby. We decided to zoom out until you got 1 pixel worth of a graph. All we had to do was just zoom out.
Holy shit. guys are hilarious. This is so clever. They put so much work into this.
And this is how big we had to expand the graph just to see Scientology.
And there you have it. This is proof that Scientology is in fact not the biggest religion. It is in fact not the fastest growing religion. It is in fact the worst religion and probably the smallest religion. It's only 1 pixel out of this entire thing.
Scientology, you make up
576 pages.
You make up 1
It
pixel
goes over the
Scientology.
fence.
I want to know what number they used, though. I want to find out. I'm going to get in touch with these guys. What number did they use for number of Scientologists? It should be about 25 to 30,000 at the most.
I don't want to hear it, Scientology. You're lying. You're lying straight to our face. Just like we lied to you, you're lying to us, and you're lying to everyone.
Yeah.
1 pixel heaven.
You guys are a scam.
Losers.
That's probably like $200 worth of paper right there. Oh, good heavens. That was fantastic. That was much better than I thought it was going to be. All right, let me jump all the way up to the top of the chitty chatties here. It's a lot of chats, you guys. Calvin, thank you very much. Bat Goat, there you go. Thank you. Welcome back. All right, let's see here. Hey, Aaron, your subscriber count is going up. Can you please do an AMA thingy soonish? Cassandra, thank you so much. It just occurred to me that I have stopped doing the AMAs because I've been doing the Mondays with Mike and Mark, and it didn't quite occur to me. Wait a second, you stopped doing your other thing. So yes, and I'll try to make it Friday nights. I will absolutely get back to doing that because that is a lot of fun. And Mark's also been doing them on his channel as well. So Mark Headley, definitely check out the Blown for Good YouTube channel. Mark does a lot of awesome stuff over there. Thank you for that. Oh, this is a good one. Brian S. I watched Briefing to OT Ambassadors by Chairman of the Board, RTC Maiden Voyage Anniversary 2004. Many thoughts. Would love your Mike and Mark's review. Yes, I have that video on my list of the things to do videos about, and also I just want to upload the entire thing. There's some videos that I'm just going to upload the entire thing, and then I'll later do commentary on it. So, like, for example, the L. Ron Hubbard interview that he did in, like, Zimbabwe. I posted that to the channel. There's another L. Ron Hubbard, the Ted Koppel, David Miscavige interview. I posted that just as a standalone video instead of doing a reaction video to it. But I will 100% be doing something with the COB briefing at the Main Voyage Anniversary. Thank you for that super chat. And let's see. Yvette S. Do you still have any old Scientology books? So I have some. The main one that I've held on to is the ethics book because there's so many times when it's appropriate to refer to portions of that book, particularly when we're talking about lawsuits, criminal, civil, criminal cases, civil lawsuits. There's things that come up regarding Scientology's ethics policies that are good to have that book to refer to. As far as the technical volumes and the policy volumes, they take up so much frickin' space. I've gotten rid of them. But I do have access to a digital copies of these things. So yeah, that's the answer to that. Clearwater Chad, I did get your email earlier and I will be sharing your video. Thank you. For all of you who know and love Tampa Brad, we now have Clearwater Chad, Brad's satirical counterpart, and I'll be sharing some of those videos. Okay, here's one. Jude Morrow, do you think public Scientologists will become extinct? Int Base and ESO being the only ones left. You would think that the tiny little wart, Wee Wee Dave, would know this. I do not think they will become extinct. Some people have said Scientology is like pulling in its tentacles and trying to consolidate in Clearwater. That's only true depending on what you mean by that. If what somebody means by that is David Miscavige is actually shutting down the outer orgs, that's just a complete lie and it's a fabrication. And anyone who spent a minute in Scientology would know that that's not true. So the Scientology orgs will not close down. Nobody will ever get permission to close a Scientology org. Some orgs have been combining, like a day and foundation org might combine into one org. A day org means Monday through Friday, 9 to 6 shift, and the foundation org means the nights and weekends. Many orgs have separate staffs. In some cases, a day org and a foundation org have combined, but in many other cases, an existing org has split into day and foundation. So there really is no effort in Scientology to minimize the presence lots of outer orgs. And when I say outer orgs, I mean other than the Flagland base in Clearwater. And the Scientology numbers will continue to decline, but you know, eventually they'll just be like 5 or 10 people in every org, and you know, it might just stay like that forever, to be honest. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Let me see if there's any more. Here's one. Jen Nelson, love all your content. Well, thank you very much, Jen, and I appreciate all of your comments as well. All right, here we go. Steve Britton, would that registrar have been assigned lower conditions, and who gets to assign lower conditions? Thank you for the question. That registrar would 110% have been assigned lower conditions once that video leaked. Anyone in Scientology can actually assign lower, I mean, any executive, any staff member can assign lower conditions to their junior. Even if, like, you don't have to be at a certain echelon on the org board to be able to assign conditions. As long as you have someone underneath you, you can assign that person a lower condition. And anybody above you, anywhere, no matter how high up on the org board, can assign you a lower condition. It's usually the ethics officer who is assigning you a lower condition. Excellent question. Thank you very much for that. And, oh, we're not quite done. There you go. Schrodinger's Smilodon. I understand the Schrodinger part of that. I don't know what a Smilodon or a Smilodon is, but that's okay. Aaron, I have one of your Photoshop assignments. How do I send it to you? Thank you for the chat. You can send it to growingupinscientology@gmail.com, and I will receive it. All right, everybody, that is what we've got. I did 2 awesome interviews today that I'm so excited to share with you guys. I might be able to get one of them up tonight. I might be able to get both of them up tonight. I think you guys are going to love them. Thanks for hanging in there with me on this one, and I will talk to you all soon.
Okay, if you want to see my rock and roll songs, click right on this guitar. And if you want to see a different video, then you can click right inside here. If you have subscribed.
Okay, everyone, we are live, and I'm here today with Doug Kramer. How are you doing, Doug?
Good, my man. Thanks for having me on, Aaron.
My pleasure. So Doug has a YouTube channel called Dazed But Not Confused. I don't know if mostly you talk about Scientology on your channel, or if that's what started it. What do you talk about mostly on your channel?
That's a great question, man. When I came, just to answer that, when I came out of Scientology, you know, we all go back to the normie world, Aaron, you know, and that's what we were trying to get away from in the cult. So because of the experience I went through in Scientology, it kind of deprogrammed me from a lot of things, the wider world. I could see some of the techniques that were being used against us with the mind control in the wider world. So I try to cover that, but that, you know, because if you're a Mormon, a Jehovah's Witness, and many other high control groups, they would be able to relate to our experience coming out of Scientology. So eventually I'm going to try to get more coverage on other groups, because I have a tie to Scientology, to exposing them like you, because they're in my DNA, and that's the fight. But you can learn a lot, as you know, from the Scientology experience. So I'm just trying to broaden that. That's basically what the channel's about, but with the theme of Scientology, because it has one of the most comprehensive package of control aspects, so it can be used as a good model for other things.
Yeah, it is amazing how similar high control groups are to each other.
Yeah. You've noticed that too, right?
Well, I'll tell you, the first time it like hit me like a like a giant fist was when I was reading Steve Hassan's book, Combating Cult Mind Control.
Hell yeah.
And I mean, I never would have guessed in a million years that someone's experience joining the Moonies.
Me neither.
Sound exactly
I
like,
know.
and honestly, it was devastating. I was reading this book. Oh, I was listening to the audiobook, sobbing.
Really? So was I, bro.
Because I did not realize how much I had been holding on to the fact that even though I no longer believed in Scientology, even though I'd even, you know, I see L. Ron Hubbard as pretty much a scammer and a con man, I was still holding on to the fact, without realizing it, that that, well, at least it's a special kind of bullshit, right?
Exactly, dude.
It's super unique, right? Like no
Yep.
one's ever come up with anything like this before.
Yeah.
Like we got tricked in a really special way, you guys.
Yes.
And then I'm reading this
Exactly
book and
how
I'm
I
like,
felt.
oh, this isn't even special bullshit.
Exactly. That's the same cognition I had, bro. Dude, I had that realization in a day, Aaron, where somebody dropped off that book on my doorstep. That's how I got out. And if I had to go through like a lot of ex-Scientologists where, you know, it takes forever to figure out that Hubbard's bad and then we just blame it on Miscavige for a while. And like you said, I knew we had a special tech that maybe it's a cult, but it's special. And then reading Steve Hassan's book, it'll dispel you of that. I had a huge breakdown on that too. But Aaron, I was lucky. I got that. I went from being a completely hardcore Scientologist. I just finished OT3, you know, not that long. I was really into it. There was no reason to leave, but I got the right book at the right time where I didn't have to go through all the layers of figuring out years later that Hubbard was bad and the tech was not special. I got all that from Steve Hassan's book.
So wait, someone gave you Steve Hassan's book when you were still like hardcore in Scientology?
Yes, I was taking acting classes here in LA, and there was a guy from my acting class who knew. Everybody knows that it's a cult, Aaron, except for us that are in it, right? So he was like half concerned, half trying to get back at me, is how I would describe it. It wasn't necessarily a humanitarian thing, but he left a big stack of books on my doorstep, and right at the top was Steve Hassan's Combating Cult Mind Control. And you know how it goes, Aaron. I was going to report that guy to Celebrity Center. I was going to go down there. No, I was going to go write a KR on him. You know how it is. Non-Scientologist or non-Scientologist, we report on anybody that's doing something like that, right? So rather than the hours were going by, it was kind of late. I was lazy. This one moment, bro, was going to determine my entire life. So I just, thank God I was lazy that night. Because I said, what the hell? I'm going to write this guy up in the morning, and I'm just going to crack open this stupid book and see what this idiot Steve Hassan has to say about, you know, oh, my friend thinks I'm in a cult. Bro, it only took me 20 minutes because he has that thing called the BITE model, which stands for behavior, information, thought, and emotion. And, you know, reading that, those are the various areas that a cult controls. That was one of the things that caused me to snap with the Moonies, the Jehovah's Witnesses, Scientology. They all have those same basic playbook. Yeah, so dude, I was out of there in 20 minutes, and you know how it is, man, to get out that quickly. A heart attack's not the right word. I knew I was in danger. How do I save my family? My whole life was going to change. And then I jumped on the internet and found out, you know, all the stuff that I'm not supposed to read. Aaron, I was shaking for like 2 hours as to whether or not, because I had just read Steve Hassan's book, and then either later that night or the next day, I just sat there for 2 hours going, should I type in OT4 or not? Because that was my next action. And I felt like that could prove if this is BS or not. But if you do that and I'm wrong, then I got to go, you know, go through the whole ethics thing and report to the church, because you know how we tell anything that we do that we're not supposed to do. We're just trained that way. So after shaking, man, I went on to, I think it was Operation Clambait, and I read OT4, OT5, and I'm like, OT7, I'm like, they're all body thetans still. They promised me when I was done with OT3, no more body thetans. So as soon as I realized OT4 and the rest of them are body thetans, I was definitely out of there. And then it was just years and years of reading books like Steve to figure this crap out, man, because you know the mind games.
So when you finished OT3, you were genuinely hopeful there was not going to be more body thetans on the rest of the OT levels.
He tells us that, dude. I don't remember exactly why I'm thinking that, but I know it's in the policy, it's in the course, somewhere along the lines he makes it very evident that there's no more body thetans.
Well, no, the reason I'm asking is because, you know, when I describe in my videos, I definitely describe it in a way like every time you finish, you're hoping it's not the next level, more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I haven't had the opportunity to ask many people individually, like, did you suspect there was more BTs on the future levels, or were you really, really, really hoping
I was genuinely convinced, because like I said, I can't point to the reference, but he said something where he's like, you've gotten rid of all of your BTs on OT3. He makes that very clear. So I'm telling you, anybody that goes on to OT4 is not happy that they have BTs that are now on drugs, dude, that they have to get rid of, you know, because that's the OT drug rundown.
So for any possible new listeners, you know, when you hear that Scientologists believe in Xenu and these disembodied alien souls that are stuck to your body, Most Scientologists have no idea that's what Scientologists
correct
find out about on OT3. These upper OT levels are so confidential. It's hard to actually imagine a secret could be that well kept. And, you know, when I was in the C organization, I literally worked in the advanced organization whose sole job is to deliver OT levels. And I never heard the word body thetan until after I left Scientology. That's how well guarded this information is. I worked in the damn place that delivered those levels, and I never even heard the word BT.
AONLA? No shit. You were out here in AOLA. I wonder if we ran across each other.
Well, from 2002 to 2006, I was in the Sea Org in LA. So from 2002 to like 2005, I was the tech sec at that show. And then from 2005 to 2006, I was the lower level cramming officer at AOLA.
I'm surprised we haven't run across each other because I was at the AO in 2003 doing the OT levels. I wouldn't have gone over to anything other than the AO. Just for your listeners, they have a whole block that's on a street called L. Ron Hubbard Way, which is what Aaron's talking about, where he worked at. What do they have? ASHO Day, and then they have the advanced organization. All these different levels on one street. But yeah, Aaron, we don't. You know, somebody asked me the other day, like, it's. Because I have some videos on OT3 of L. Ron Hubbard rambling his own words, you know, about that. And they go, how is it a secret? Like, why don't it's not a secret anymore since South Park put it out. But, you know, as you know, it is a secret because we will not go online and look at any of that. And we know, I knew when South Park came out, it was BS. Aaron, I remember being like after the acting class one night. Half of the 70% were Scientologists in this acting class. There was a guy named Bobby Lyons, who's like an OT8, and you would go to Milton Casalas or Bobby Lyons out here. Those were the two Scientology acting teachers that we as Scientologists would probably go to. And in this class, so there was 30% that were non-Scientologists. I don't want to say the word for what that is because I hate using that word. But one time it came up after class when we're all sitting around at the restaurant. One of the WOGS asked if, because you know it's a horrible word. It means the N-word. I don't want to.
Although Americans would never know that.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So anyway, she just pressed me on it. I saw, you know, this stuff and whatever, and I read, do you believe in Xenu and this and that? And just like a professional liar, because they teach us to be professional liars to the public. So I had no problem just laughing it all off. Oh, don't be silly. I knew damn well what she was saying was accurate, but she completely believed what I was saying. She knew I wouldn't bullshit her. And by the way, I called her up years later when I got out, and I just apologized. There's a lot of people I apologize to, man, for being a bullshit artist in Scientology. And that's one of the things that you have to say, because we're giving them pneumonia. We're subjecting them to possible death. We're told that if we tell our friends anything that's on these confidential levels, we're possibly going to kill them. I know that sounds crazy, but you know how it is, Aaron, when you believe that we're saving the planet, and this is this is the way to do it, you know?
So, Doug, when South Park came out with their Scientology episode, had you already done OT3?
No, I did it in 2003-ish, I believe. I'd have to check my records. But yeah, 2003 is when I busted through all the preps and everything up to OT3. So I hadn't seen it yet. It hadn't been out yet. When you were telling that other person in your acting class that it was all BS, was that after you did OT3? Yeah, I had done it, and it was probably right. It was probably right. When did the South Park thing come out? Wasn't that 2005-ish?
I don't recall.
Okay, it may have been out. It may have been not. I recall that it was right in between. It was when Tom Cruise was going bonkers and selling.
Oh, that was 2005. That was 2005.
Okay, that's probably right about when South Park came out.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking this question is I'm wondering, were you already aware? Had you already been exposed in pop culture to the OT3 story before you did OT3?
I want to say yes, it was out there. And because Tom Cruise was making the rounds, and I do think this coincides with the South Park, it was becoming into the public consciousness for kind of the first time where I had conversations like with that gal where she was confronting me about, hey, you know, is this true?
So when you finally started OT3, were you like, oh no, they were right? Or like, how did that go for you?
No, I had already done OT3 when this gal was questioning me on it, so I didn't get too much from my friends or anybody before I got onto the OT levels. It was only after when people started to kind of question that. I had been through with OT3 for a couple years before, you know, Tom Cruise came out, and I had this conversation. So it was before, man. And I didn't have to defend anything. So I had no preconceived ideas on OT3. Nobody had told me the story at all before then. I had no idea what it was going to be.
So when you started it, what was your reaction? Because a lot of people wonder, how could any Scientologist believe this? And the truth is, if you understand the basics of Scientology, OT3 is not that crazy. It's just not what you expect, but it's really not that crazy if given everything else that's in Scientology. How did you take it?
I completely believe it. I've heard other people's reactions. I know Paul Haggis said this must be an insanity test. I think Leah was looking at her mother going, what the hell did you bring me into, Mom? No, bro, I hate to admit it, but it's exactly what you said. We're already indoctrinated with endless hours of tapes of L. Ron Hubbard babbling about all the space opera crap. So it's not far out there at all. I was I wasn't like, oh, this sucks. I was a little weirded out, but I'm like, this is what Elron said. This is what I have to do. This is what it is. And then I also thought I was special because I knew this secret. You know, you have to work really hard, as you know, bro, to get up there. It took forever and all sorts of sacrifice and this and that. So that too plays into, I'm going to believe whatever he said. He could have said, you know, we were all implanted with dog shit, you know, in the volcanoes or whatever, and I still would have believed it. It didn't matter what he would have said.
Yeah. So give like a 30-second explanation of what an OT3 session is like.
Okay. First of all, to your listeners, we are security checked by people like you, the Sea Org. So I had a Sea Org member come down to my apartment, and they had to make sure that the doors were locked and everything. Because as you know, you can't show this to anybody. And you pick up the materials in the day, and you put them in a locked briefcase you strap to you with a dog leash. And then you, even driving home, Aaron, I felt so freaking special, man. Like all the people that were around me when I was driving in my car, I had this briefcase on. I was just like, if only you people knew, you know, it's such a really weird headspace. I'm so happy to be out of it. So anyways, you come home with the materials. I would lock my door, and then I would, you know, undo the briefcase and everything. And then you take out the materials, and all you do is you have this, you know how you normally have the e-meter, right, Aaron? Well, both of those cans are connected together by like this plastic thing. So you hold them in one hand and you're writing down in the other, just like a typical audio session. And then you find an area of pressure. And then you run, like, let's say it's completely
like physical pressure.
Yes. What he says is that the BTs, the body thetans, and to your listeners, there's a whole galactic story about how those get implanted on us. But all of us, supposedly, according to Scientology, are infested with these BTs. And this is the big secret. So the way we get rid of them is we're to locate a pressure point. And Aaron, it's all in my imagination because I didn't feel any pressure points or anything. But I remember getting drilled constantly because I went crazy on this level, and I had a lot of problems. So I was constantly being drilled on how to put tone, 40, and tension into that ashtray because I was having trouble locating the precise area of the BTs. So I would locate by my imagination these pressure points. The needle drops, and then you just run them through incident 1 and incident 2. And this is where we get into gibberish town, where I don't want to, you know, go over the top of the head of the audience. These are incidents. I have a video on them if you want to know what the incidents are, but they're basically when we were implanted a long time ago. These alien souls that we're trying to get rid of were exploded in volcanoes. They themselves were implanted with like a movie screen, you know, for 36 days. And then, like I said, I'm not going to explain the whole galactic story. And then they're on us. So when we run them out, we have to run them through that incident that they're trapped in. With the, you know, implants that they have, and then they go away. And by the way, Aaron, like, it's all your imagination. It's being in a light trance, and you just sort of believe everything. But I gotta tell you, I felt like I was saving the planet because I just felt like I was freeing beings. It was like beautiful. And then me and my dad would be able to share our success stories, but we could never talk about the information on there, even if we're both on the level, as you know. But I thought it was just an amazing experience. I felt so OT, man, getting like, look at what I'm doing for all you people around me. If only you knew what I was doing during the day, just saving, you know, the planet. It's crazy.
That really pumps up the superiority complex of Scientologists for sure. I mean, that's where you get That's where you get that maniacal Tom Cruise persona of
Exactly.
that as a Scientologist, you're the only one who can help.
And he has all these secrets like we're talking about that people don't see that give you, like you said, that fanatical elitist attitude. And it's powerful, dude. I'm so ashamed at how superior I thought I was just because of this garbage in my head that I was believing, dude. You know?
How long would a typical OT3 session last?
Pretty quick. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I would do several a day, and they're really quick and really, they messed with my head, bro. Because when you believe in that, you get kind of schizophrenia and all sorts of wonderful things happen.
So you're basically sitting there, you're telepathically exercising spirits several times a day. How many months did you spend on OT3?
Probably about 3 or 4 months. That was the longest one. OT1 and 2 are very quick. I think they used to be longer. But for me, they just pushed me through those in a couple weeks. So yeah, about 3 or 4 months. And I had a nervous breakdown. I had a lot of things happen during that because OT2 also jacked me up badly. So by the time I was ready to believe in these alien beings, Aaron, they would talk to me at night. I swear to God, I would go down to the gym and I would see other people and I could almost hear their frickin' body thetans talking to me. Just to give your listeners some idea of the induced schizophrenia that it causes. You know, and my dad had to come rescue me because I had a breakdown outside of AOLA, and he had to clear my words and get me back on, you know, because everything's a misunderstood word, Aaron, right? It's not that I'm going crazy. It's I wasn't understanding. They pushed me through that. I lost my mind, dude.
So I have wondered why more people don't have some sort of a breakdown on these levels where you're essentially, like, when you think about what we're describing, when you try to extricate yourself from the Scientology way of thinking about it, it just sounds like a recipe for inducing some sort of personality disorder or psychosis or, you know, whatever. You could pick a number of words. And yet, on the one hand, I say I'm surprised you don't hear of more people having breakdowns. On the other hand, I think a lot more people have the breakdowns than we think. You just don't hear about it.
That's a great point. You know, another thing I've always wondered, bro, is like, I was so infuriated when I found out I was conned. Just everything. I mean, I was angry, bro. I wasn't going to go bomb the building. I wasn't going to do anything illegal. I wasn't going to go through a hammer through their door. I'm so surprised, though, bro, with them holding on to our family, you know, and what they do that someone hasn't blown up a building. I'm not advising anybody to do that. I'm just saying the anger that I had, I was almost willing to go suicide myself to just blow up one of their buildings. That's just gives you a level of the anger and of being deceived on that level. And then also, you know, my parents are trapped in there for the rest of their lives. My dad's at the top of the bridge, man. He has been for like 20 years. That's OT8. They're so in it that that the fact that this dead man, this guy, I mean, I wanted to find out where L. Ron Hubbard was buried, you know, unbury him, beat the shit out of him, because he took my family, man. And it's like, there's no way to offload the anger. I had to learn to heal it myself, but I'm so surprised they haven't had people attacking their buildings, dude. Like, viciously.
Well, I mean, you know, one of the members of one of the families who
Louis Rice
was on on the Aftermath show, you know, he did, but also he, you know, he was having his own struggles with mental illness. And so were you born into Scientology?
Yeah, basically I got into it when I was 9 years old. My dad just simply went to work one day as my dad, and he got into it in a day, Aaron. He came back hypnotized, speaking in Scientology language, and he told my mom that he needs to borrow $10,000 from his brother to do this because we didn't have a lot of money at the time. And he insisted on it where it was going to cause a divorce in our family. My parents were arguing about it. Eventually, my mom got into it. They learned how to double team me and manipulate me to go down there. And then my sister also kind of got sucked into it too. That's how it happened. It was literally like, just real quick, Aaron, like to show how simple it is. Like he was just reading a newspaper, and in the bottom corner it said Dianetics. Learn how to communicate better. Learn how to fix your family. You know, the various buttons that they press. And also it said Dianetics. It didn't say Scientology. And he went because it has a bad reputation, so they often try to sell it as Dianetics. And when he went down there, there was nothing that said Scientology. It was a small mission in Ventura, California. And he got I don't know exactly what happened because I never found out, but he definitely would have started the communication course because, like I said, he already had the glazed look in his eye. He was speaking as if he had already done a course, and he was down there all day and all night. And I believe that the reason he needed 10,000, Aaron, is probably to do life repair. You know, probably he paid for the communication course and a little package to get him started. You know how they try to sell you packages depending on how much you're reaching, you know?
Yeah, because 10,000 is kind of a lot for
especially on day one, dude. But Aaron, I'm telling you, we had the top mission sales staff. Like there was a guy named Jim Hamry who could sell water to an Eskimo. I mean, every time I would go in there for the registration cycle, the reg cycle, he could sell me anything. And Ventura was one of the top missions. They were run by the Steiners, Tom and Kathy Steiner. We always won the birthday game and everything. So they were really good, bro, at I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it because, damn, man, you know, they were not unprofessional. So they grabbed my dad in day one.
Boy, I'll tell you, I mean, Scientology salespeople are some of the most effective salespeople because, well, you take just high-level sales skills and you give them a product that they believe everyone needs, and there's no downside to hard selling them because they believe
greatest good.
Even if they convince you to over leverage yourself, they truly believe that product is still worth it. So it's like it's a salesman's like
we're clearing the planet too. You get someone with a star high purpose like that where it's do or die, and then like you said, you add the hard sales pack or whatever. You know, he sold that from Les Danes, right? They teach the regs how to sell with a book from a guy named Les Danes, which is just like handle all their objections. It doesn't matter if you bankrupt them. It doesn't matter if they have to mortgage their homes. Because, dude, when you have a purpose where you're saving the planet and you're also selling these abilities like, hey, pay now and you'll get the abilities later and make the money, you know, hence, and then you get locked in that room and they find your ruin and your vulnerabilities. I think anybody would fall for that under the right circumstances, you know?
Totally. And by the way, since we're doing more of a casual chat today, if there are any super chats, we'll answer them without, you know, being too disruptive to the interview. I did an interview with Mike Rinder. We did an hour interview. I didn't answer any questions because I was more focused on wanted to get him to answer certain questions. So how old were you when you did your first like Scientology service?
Pretty much right away. So if my dad got into it 9, maybe 10 and a half, something like that, excuse me. And it was the TRs. I remember I was a rebellious kid. I didn't do anything too bad, Aaron, but Scientology amplified that in my life. So I thought I was a terrible person, but looking back, I wasn't. I was just doing typical teenage rebellion stuff, and they wanted to use those TRs, the training routines, the communication course, to kind of calm me down. So the very first thing I did is they took me into the back room in the mission, and they just said, here's what you're doing. They didn't explain it too much. I didn't even know it was a communication course. My mom and Jim Hamry was there, and they just said, now, Doug, just sit here and do what it says here and try to be there comfortably and go ahead and close your eyes. Bro, I did this for like a couple weeks, just OTTR0, which to your listeners, you sit across from another person and you close your eyes and you go into like meditation mode. All sorts of things happened to me. I went crazy. I couldn't sit there. It was impossible. I'm just like, get me the hell out of here, Mom, Dad. I don't want to do this. But what they would do with me is they would kind of manipulate me a bit where, do you want to be, because I would get in trouble and they say, do you want to be punished or do you want to just take a $50 course in Scientology, which we feel will help you out? So that's how they kind of would get me to go down there. But I hated all of that. But even on OTTR0, after I just sat and I just wanted to get out of it, man, because it was just horrible. Eventually, I did kind of go into an altered state of consciousness. My mind chatter stopped, and I thought it was amazing because I was like, wow, thank you, Mother and Father, for, you know, pushing. And now I understand what you're talking about. I didn't know I could feel this way. Of course, we don't know.
So a switch flipped there for you, and you started to be a believer.
Yes. I was still resisting after that because there was a whole bunch of problems I did have with it and all that. But I'm telling you, you know how it is, Aaron. Like seed by seed, you get proof. If your business stats go up, if you go into an altered state of consciousness in the auditing session, or, you know, Jason Begay talked about that. He said he was doing the same frickin' drill, and all of a sudden he popped out of his body. I don't really believe in that. I think you just get disassociated, and it can give you a floating feeling. So all sorts of things can happen if you're just, staring or sitting there forever. So yeah, that was the thing, Aaron. It wasn't everything else and this boiling the frog in hot water slowly. I would have resisted everything if I didn't get those highs that I was getting, not only in that communication course, but especially in the auditing. I did a lot of auditing and I went into a lot of incredible states of mind. But it's just hypnosis. John Atack breaks this down and stuff about how the auditing process works. Many people have, I'm going to actually do a whole video on this. But did you ever experience like wins, as they call it? Did you do a lot of auditing? Did you ever get anything out of it, or the TRs or anything?
I mean, the TRs for me were always an incredible chore, and were just something I had to get through. I mean, having wins on TRs would be the equivalent of you're assigned to go dig a ditch, and at the end of it, you're like, well, did you learn anything while you were digging that ditch? Yeah, I got really good at swinging this pickaxe efficiently. And you're like, okay, is that really a win? Like for me, the TRs were just something I had to do, and so yes, you get good at them, and I'm better at doing those things now than I used to be.
Yeah,
I didn't have any spiritual, self-improvement wins from it. I mean, other than
what about
the
auditing or sec checking? Did you ever have any kind of blowout win in an auditing session or anything? Or Aaron, as a Sea Org member, were you? Because there's a difference between the public and the Sea Org, right? Like we're just the little spoiled brats that just get to go up the bridge, and you are the people that have to deal with us spoiled brats, because you guys don't get to do a heck of a lot of auditing or anything. You're the ones that deliver it, and you have to work your ass off 24/7. Did you get a taste of any of the auditing, or when you got it, was it mostly just to put your ethics in or sec checks?
It was mostly the auditing I received was mostly punitive.
Yeah.
Or mostly being done so that someone else could satisfy a requirement on their auditor training course.
Right.
Because my brother and I got involved at such a young age. For me, auditing was something I always tried to avoid. I don't, I never. It's like, what child is like, oh yeah, I want to sit down with a stranger and tell you all the things I really want to talk about. There's a reason I don't want to talk about them. I always did everything in my power to not get auditing. That being said, there was probably 2 or 3 like major blowout wins that I had in auditing that put me in a frame of mind. These wins didn't make me more desirous of getting audited.
Really?
What these wins did was give me a real big problem, a big conundrum. Like, I believed in the story of full OT, right? I believed that enough Scientology auditing would get you to the state of full operating Thetan, as L. Ron Hubbard said. I also knew that I had no interest in getting auditing, but I did have interest in attaining full OT, and so it created this problem for me.
Wow.
In order to get to where I want to go, I have to go through this thing I don't want to do, and I don't know how to resolve that for myself. But in the meantime, I'll just stick around and keep doing my job.
That makes a lot of sense. No, I didn't like the auditing either, man. You bring up some good points. I don't think any of us like the auditing. I had many times, Aaron, when I would go beyond the natural capacity of the mind. My mind would break. I'd believe in my imagination. I'd be 76 trillion years down the track when I was Emperor so-and-so. I did so much auditing that my imagination became real. So I never liked it. I don't like, at the beginning they asked you questions. Has a withhold been missed? Do you have a present time problem? It's really grueling for all Scientologists. It's just, Aaron, I got kind of forced into it though, man, and I was in and around it so much that I would have many of these blowouts, enough to keep me wanting to just get it. I was addicted to it it's like a drug, my first blowout went in auditing. I used to smoke a lot of pot, and I was like, this replaced it. I feel like I'm stoned. Like, I've come out of sessions sometimes feeling literally high, exactly like I just took a huge bong hit. So I was like, okay, I can replace the auditing with this other crutch that I have. And since,
but it's so expensive. It's such an expensive habit. It's more expensive than the other habit.
It's way more expensive. It does. Of course, it makes sense now, Aaron, when we can see it all. But I can't explain it. It's just step by step,
And so, like, how old were you when you did OT3?
It was in 2003. I was born in 73. So how old does that make me? 30. I would have been 30 years old.
Okay, so about 20 years of experience or so in Scientology, and I mean, you would have had a hell of a lot more auditing than I ever had.
Yeah, I had a ton, dude. I did
And
all the
so-
side actions and everything too, by the way, bro. The LX list, because I was always getting in trouble and do this. Yeah, it was just too much.
Is that the expanded Dynetics list? What's the LX?
No,
list?
the LX is what they put you on when you're a bad person. It's kind of like a no case gain type scenario. You're not really
LX.
Don't even try to figure it out. There's a million of these little.
No, I
side lists.
should
Yeah,
know
they have,
it.
they have LX. These are not totally known about. You could be forgiven for not knowing this. You only get put on that the LX1, LX2, and LX3, I believe, if you're not progressing and auditing. You're teetering between being a suppressive / no case gain. That's to the
You
audience.
sure this
where
isn't part of expanded Dynetics?
No, it's. I mean, it might be a part of Dynetics. I don't remember if we ran Dynetic processing
Well,
or
expanded Dynetics is a totally different thing than New Era Dynetics or whatever. That's fine.
Okay.
No one cares about this but us.
I know, but yeah, but they really exist, and they're only for the bad people.
So then, you mentioned it. You told me I was going to say where did you start going off, but it was because of the Steve Hassan book. That's incredible. That even after all of that auditing, all of that being addicted to it, that book is what did it for you.
It is amazing.
So, are both of your folks still alive?
As far as I know, yes. I haven't had any contact. I've had emails here and there. It's good roads, good weather. So if anything has to be discussed, it's email and go through mom. I can't talk to dad. I haven't seen him, Aaron, for 7, 8, 9, 10 years. I don't know when the last time I saw their face. And they're only an hour away. I live in Los Angeles, and they're a quick drive away. Can't really see my sister. I haven't seen her forever because she's kind of locked into all that. So it's a long, long story, but my dad and my mom are not going to extract themselves during my lifetime. I know that because I don't know how to explain that because I tried a lot to get them out. Not the right way. I attacked him, and I also did have a meeting with him where I showed him the Steve Hassan material and a bunch of other stuff. Look, here's how Hubbard lied and all that. I didn't do the greatest presentation, and it also went way over their head. But they're not going to leave. I do think that you can actually get in so deep where you're fucked, man. You're not going to be coming out, you know? For my dad in his 80s, Aaron, to realize what he had done to the family, and I'm not blaming him, I'm just saying, if I put myself in his shoes, I know the trauma and the making up the damage that I had to do for being a piece of shit when I was under this spell. And I didn't do hardly anything. My dad, and my mother, but particularly my dad, if they were to come to terms with all the sacrifices they made, all the other family members that they dismissed because they were trying to warn him, if he'd have to go through all of that and then realize that OTA and everything he did was complete bullshit. Could you imagine the decompression of like my dad in his 80s? It almost it did break my brain temporarily, but I was young and I was an actor and I could act it out in my acting class. I didn't have to kill everybody. So I was set up to be able to handle this, and I barely made it through. My dad, I don't want that to happen. And it's okay that they're Scientologists, you know? I needed them to fix their lives for the longest time for me to continue. But, you know, they actually do have every right to practice it. What they don't have a right to do is the criminal and mafia and illegal activities, which is also part and parcel with the belief system. But I feel for them, man, because they're sort of stuck in there, and I don't think I'd want them to go through that pain, you know?
Interesting. Well, that's very charitable of you, as they would say in Scientology, very pain determined.
Thank you very much. Very OT, right? That's freaking funny, dude. What that word applies. I'm not trying to be quote unquote pan determined. I did a lot of, Aaron, this is after 10 years or 12 years or whatever of processing. Believe me, I threatened their life, bro. Straight up. And they had to get a restraining order on me.
Oh, geez.
I tried every tactic not tactic. I mean, I would cry on the phone because you know how it is. It's like, I was so desperate and I couldn't get on with my life. And plus I'm trying to I'm trying to figure this thing out. Steve Hassan's book popped open to my mind. That was just the beginning. I had to figure out Hubbard's past and blah, blah, blah. And I was trying to pass this information over to my parents too. But as you know, as soon as I wasn't going to be quiet, I needed a lot of time to process, and I wasn't planning on ever necessarily speaking out, but I wasn't going to compromise my own. Once I knew Hubbard was a liar, I wasn't going to bow to my parents just maybe because I could have kept my family, you know, Aaron, if you just shut up a little bit. Okay, I don't want to do Scientology. No, dude. I was so offended that I had been lied to my whole life. There was no way from that point forward I was going to compromise on anything. So that included trying to talk to my parents when they don't want to talk, or I've tried to find all sorts of ways to challenge them, you know, on their belief system, but it didn't work. And also, like I said, a lot of soul searching later. My family's also a little bit, Aaron, they're sociopaths with or without Scientology straight up. And I think that led us into Scientology. My family dynamic was very similar to being in a cult's like being in an abusive relationship with a narcissist. It's just on a grander scale. So I don't really have a family to go back to. I am going to try to reconnect with my sister once my parents pass and Scientology's out of the way, because she's not as indoctrinated. But they're not bad people, man. They gave me a good life, and they're just doing what they believe in. But even if they were to leave Scientology, they're still manipulative people, which is what got me into Scientology in the first place, because I knew it was bullshit. I thought Dianetics was a piece of crap when I read it as a teenager, but they would manipulate me to make sure that they would get me in there while pretending that they're not to. So I wouldn't want to go back to that anyways. I wish them, you know, the best life. And like I said, they are good people. They're just extremely brainwashed and extremely damaged.
Yeah.
And since I was and am, I know what that feels like.
Do you think your sister's mostly staying in so that she doesn't have to lose your parents? You know.
Yes, she's not really in, Aaron. Here's the thing. Since I was the black sheep of the family, meaning I was the one that was always getting into trouble, my sister was the golden child, the head cheerleader, no problems in her life. Meanwhile, I'm like the kid that's into heavy metal and just like creating all sorts of problems. So they focused on me almost exclusively because I was the one with the problems, and they know Scientology can help that. They didn't really push it on my sister because she was so busy at school doing the cheerleader stuff and gymnastics and all this stuff. So she only got some auditing here and there, and she actually tried to break away from the family, kind of even unbeknownst to her. It was sort of a subconscious escape from my family because of the Scientology, and because of, since she was the golden child, they praised her, and thank God, because while they were putting more attention on me in Scientology, she got way more manipulated in a different way by being the stellar, person in the family. So she's not totally indoctrinated. She tried to get away from the family. She escaped to New Mexico by marrying a complete psychopath, unfortunately. And he was a Mormon, a hardcore Mormon. So he brought her to the Mormon church. So then my parents were fighting to get her back from New Mexico to break up the marriage. Kind of like, they broke up Tom Cruise's marriage or whatever. Scientologists get in there and they wanted my sister back. So they did. My sister and that psychopath did break up. She did come back, and they did squeeze her back into Scientology. And I was also watching her kids get indoctrinated, and it was driving me crazy. It was just horrible, dude, to watch her get sucked back in. I don't know where she's at. No, though, Eric.
You don't know where she's at?
Well, I don't know. I haven't talked to him for so many years that I don't know where she'd be at. Is she still in Scientology? Did she rebel a little bit? I have no data on my sister, But
I
we'd
mean-
be able to reconnect. I don't think it would be solid enough. I don't think I would be shocked to find out if she's like an OT or something. I don't think it was her thing. She like you said earlier, Aaron, she's just doing it to get the support from the family, to not create any waves, and she'll do as much as she needs to keep in line with the family requirements.
Right. To even think of someone going from Scientology to Mormonism,
It doesn't. It sounds crazy, right?
Speaks to some mental plasticity that I cannot wrap.
I can't
my
either.
wits
I can't
around.
either. That's why I don't think she was totally into Scientology. Aaron, I remember her telling me that her wins, when she was floating on the ceiling in the auditing session. So she's done a decent amount. Like I said, she's so active in her own life, gymnastics. Like I said, she had no time on her calendar, and she was successful. So my parents didn't feel like they never would sit her down and manipulate her, because she was doing well in life. She was already upstat. It was just the fact that they worked on me the most. So I don't think it went into her head. I think that plasticity comes from her not being a true believer. You know how it is. Like, you can have one member of the family. Maybe it was like this in your family, where one's more hardcore and one's just going along with it to not break up the family that's on board with Scientology. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Like my younger brother, before I got declared, I would have described my younger brother as someone who most definitely was not a Scientologist. And yet when I got declared, he disconnected anyway, because his dad is a Scientologist. And and I run into my younger brother here and there. He doesn't ignore me. We'll chit chat briefly when we run into each other.
Is he still in Scientology, Aaron?
I mean, by definition, he is. He married a non-Scientologist.
Really? And he's allowed to talk to you a little bit here and there. You guys sneak phone calls?
No, he's not allowed. No, I mean, I'll just literally run into him. He lives like a mile away from me.
Okay. And he'll talk to you or run away?
No, he'll talk to me. Yeah.
Good roads,
I mean, the
good
thing
weather?
is, he's not really a Scientologist.
Yeah,
he
I
just
know what you mean.
didn't want to get officially declared.
Right.
He didn't want his dad to disconnect from him.
That I understand that. People must be listening going, that sounds so crazy, but this is the way Scientology works. It's politics as to who you're going to stay with, and who. It's so evil, by the way, because we would have had a totally normal family. I mean, we did more or less. And then I describe Scientology like a third-party predator coming into someone's life, and then it dictates how you need to live your life. And everybody was just fine before this thing squeezed itself into our lives, and then all of a sudden it tells us how we need to do our family. And by the way, anything that can take the natural bond that a mother has for their kids away, because my mom is doing something that would not be possible without Scientology's techniques, because nobody would split it. How many times, Aaron, do people leave comments on your videos where I can't believe that they hear the stuff we talk about and they go, I would never leave my kid. I mean, that's my flesh and blood. But when you're in that North Korea environment, it's like a Sophie's choice. It's like everything's a Sophie's choice. Everything's like intense. And I can't, the hardest thing I had trouble wrapping my mind around, and what I talked to my parents the most about when I could email them or just get any communication in, was how could you select Scientology over your own family? Like, can't you see they're breaking up families, and we're supposed to be uniting the world, uniting families? You can't see this cognitive dissonance,
Yeah.
Do you still,
it really
Aaron,
is.
did you lose, I mean, I'm really sorry about your brother, bro. I'm really sorry about that. Do you have any other family members that are like in Scientology relative, or did everybody get out in your family, or?
It's just my younger brother who's still in. My mom was the first one to get declared. And then it was me, and then it was my wife. So it's really my wife who lost her entire family.
Right,
and
right.
It's even more of a shining example of Scientology breaking up families for no reason.
Yeah.
My wife's only crime in Scientology is continuing to be married to me. My wife's not even someone who's considered to have done something wrong. She wasn't connected with these big bad SPs. She wasn't secretly commenting on, Mike Rinder's blog like I was. I mean, It's, I mean, if you recall, my wife didn't even appear in my episode of Scientology in the Aftermath because she still, even though she was already declared, didn't want to give her parents any ammunition to justify having had disconnected from her.
Wow, man. Now that is a mind trip. She
Yeah.
obviously has family. She's second generation.
Her mom, her dad, her brother, her two sisters, and all of her nieces and nephews.
Oh my God, dude.
And the entire family lives within 5 to 15 minutes of us and
That's
has not
crazy.
spoken. They have not spoken to Heather or our 3 daughters since 2014. So that's 8
I'm
years.
so sorry to hear that, and for your wife, dude. That's the end product of Scientology right there, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's terrible, man. Is she doing okay, by the way? Like, that's brutal. Is she?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been, you know, it's been a long time. We've had, I mean, is she? I mean, it will always be a source of pain. It will, you know, it'll always be a source of pain. But you know, I mean, we're doing well in life, so that helps.
Good. And also, she has you to talk to. I'd imagine you guys have had many, many late night talks that only, you know, ex-Scientologists can have with each other, right? To sort of heal the pain.
Yeah. Sometimes the easiest way to heal the pain is to get information from other sources instead of of each other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, you know, when I find a good book or a good documentary that sort of is like, hey, this will help you recontextualize everything we've been through, you know,
exactly.
Share all those things.
Good.
But so, and one of those things recently was, for example, Nexium. Have you studied up on what the whole Nexium
Yeah,
thing?
they're almost exactly like Scientology. They've stolen everything from the word, you know, postulates and intentions. And I mean, I don't know exactly. I've been looking into that a lot. I don't know where the heck Keith Raniere got the Scientology info from. Apparently, has never been actually a Scientologist at the church, but he seems to know a lot about it. Where I don't know, do something sus about that. And also, they got taken down, Aaron. They got taken down. What? Because they're a smaller cult. I mean, why didn't Scientology beat them to the punch? The only thing they're doing different is the sex traffic or the sex cult and the branding, but everything else is pretty much on point with LRH, you know, with what Keith Raniere was doing.
They don't have the same religious protection in the courts that Scientology
Oh, really?
does.
Really?
Well,
they were not
recognized.
There you go. That's it. I completely forgot about that, but you're right. They were not registered, obviously, as a religion, right?
Yeah, they didn't have IRS recognition as a religion.
Yeah. Okay. That's why they got shut down.
And also, the thing that made it easier to prosecute them is that they had this guy. I'm going to go totally blank on his name. Mark Vicente. They had Mark Vicente audio and video recording everything for like 6 years.
I know. And you just started watching that show, right? I saw The Vow. I think I heard you mention that you're watching The Vow, right? You're like X amount of episodes into it. That I watched that a couple years ago when it came out, and it was just like, it's amazing how much it's similar to Scientology. If Keith would have somehow been able to get that, just simply add the religion protection on it, I think they'd still be going.
Yeah. And you see, he even succeeded in getting the Dalai Lama to come and give him a full...
That's right.
Full-blown endorsement, which is incredible.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? There's something I was going to say. Oh. About Keith Raniere and how much Scientology he used. There's much more to know there because the stuff that he took from Scientology is not the stuff that you would have ever learned about by just buying the basic books.
Exactly.
The stuff he took comes from policy letters and technical bulletins. So I don't know how he ends up. It's not like you can't get your hands on those things.
I know, but still, what is he going to just order it on Amazon? And I don't know. And there's no evidence to say he was an actual member of the church. So I don't know. It's a little mind boggling.
And if he had ever, like if he'd maybe been at a mission or
he
field
hasn't.
group.
There's no evidence of that.
Well,
that would make sense. That would make sense. That's the only thing that would make sense to me.
If that's where he was involved, it wouldn't show up in any magazine, so it wouldn't be on any databases.
You're right. I mean, you don't even think that there would be one course completion before he created a scam and people knew who he was. It said Keith Raniere, communication course completion, because they do. have write-ups in the celebrity magazine and the completions, on the back of the flag magazines. Don't you think there'd be some paper trail if you even frickin', did a couple choruses?
But that's the Celebrity Center and Flag. If you complete a course in Philadelphia, your name doesn't appear on a list.
Yeah, you're right. Do you think he was a member?
So I don't, other than the fact that I don't know how else he could have gotten that information.
Yeah.
I don't have any evidence that he was. Well, I'll tell you this. Mike Rinder, when he was in Vancouver, he met up with Sarah Edmondson and Mark Vicente, and they told him, oh, yeah, Keith Raniere had studied Scientology. But I haven't heard any further details. Like, I haven't heard where and when and what he would have studied. But they said, oh, yeah, totally. I mean, honestly, he took, like, the most perfect manipulative aspects of Scientology and, like, distilled it. NXIVM is an almost more perfect manipulative distillation of Scientology.
Yeah, and it's less crazy. They don't have OT and Xenu levels and everything. It was just doing their EMs, what they called EMs, which is similar to, not the same, but like, because they don't use a device, I don't think, but it's like auditing. He took everything, and like you said, he distilled it into a better con than even Hubbard came up with.
Yeah. In fact, it's remarkable. I'm almost waiting for the other shoe to drop, but there may not be another shoe. It's almost remarkable that he didn't try to take some jump into spirituality or religion or him being some higher being. Like,
yeah.
If that's part of it, I haven't gotten there yet. Does it go
I don't
there?
think it's a part of it. Not that I know. I mean, Mark Vicente and Sarah, they would know a lot more. But as far as I know, no, their kind of OT levels was the frickin' branding, man. Was the compartmentalization of their little secret society where only a few little people when they would go up the levels, apparently the branding and the secret part of NXIVM, which these gals talk about, that was sort of their advanced levels. I don't know that they get into any of that. But maybe if we would have given him more time, Keith would have gone even more crazy like Hubbard, because, Hubbard believed in these body things. He was trying to get rid of these frickin' things up until he died. So maybe Keith would have just gone more and more insane like these cult leaders do. And then he would have started actually hearing voices, and then he probably would have made up his own OT levels eventually. Who knows? But I don't think that's actually a part of it.
Yeah. It's really interesting stuff. And,
it is.
I haven't done a ton of reading about other high control groups other than Steve Hassan's book. And now I'm, checking out The Vow. What else have you run into that kind of
the world we live in, man? I mean, just what happened in the last 3 years, I know you guys didn't get it bad, Aaron, and in Florida, but I've been living, under communism here in Los Angeles, since the what happened a couple of years ago. I recognize it in, like I said, the Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses. If you grow up in one of those things, they'll be able to come out and give a very similar account. And then on a lesser level, just learning the brainwashing techniques from Hassan's book made me realize, to be able to protect my mind from television buying into a particular political leader that uses the same kind of repetition and, techniques to kind of, get inside your head. It's pretty much, dude, when I came out of Scientology, I just looked at it as a condensed version of the wider world because it's so ubiquitous. It's so everywhere. I'm not going conspiracy territory, Aaron. I'm just talking about when I learned Steve Hassan's material, just starting there, it really allowed me to protect myself and open up the wider world to realize Hubbard didn't come up with these things. He was just able to package them and do his own little microcosm of the macrocosm,
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you use these techniques if you were a politician or an advertiser to get inside someone's subconscious? That's all. I guess, you said you didn't do a lot of auditing. For me, that was where the
well, I
most
mean,
of the
I
magic.
had a bunch of auditing, but not bridge auditing.
Right. And thank God for that, Aaron, because that means more crap you have to get out of your head. But for me, like the similarities in the auditing, that is the part that really captured me to Scientology, and also because it jacked up my subconscious so much programming went in when I was in Scientology. Because Aaron, I'd come out of a session and I would be in this ecstatic or suggestible state, and then I would go in and listen to lectures. And that's why they always send us mail to keep repeating. You actually have to keep somebody in and around Scientology. Otherwise, if you're away from it for a few months, the programming will start to break. This is one thing I want to say, brother. Like before that book was dropped off, it was like almost the perfect time because I was already prepped. I finished OT3. I was like, you know what? I'm not getting many acting jobs. I'm already in OT. I did the Philadelphia doctorate course. I listened to all the lectures. I have so much tech. Let me just back off, go make some money in acting, and get the money for OT4. So I purposely stopped taking calls. I just, I wasn't not a Scientologist. I was just going to go work and apply the conditions and outflow. And, so I got a major job, like almost right after kind of backing away. And then I got invited to their president's office. I think Dave Pettit was the head of the president's office here in CC. I could be wrong about that. But I just remember right when I got my first big part, Michael Roberts was calling me. He's this celebrity / half Sea Org / staff member. I mean, this guy would work, almost like a Sea Org member. And then Dave Pettit was calling me. Like all of a sudden they were, because I was on a TV show, they're like, they just acted weird, Aaron. So I was like, what? So just being away from it for a few months, looking back at it now, that was already taking me away from the mind control, for lack of a better term, because dude, I'm telling you, there's a reason why they keep us around there all the time and bombard us, because if you're away, the spell, I think, starts to actually fall away. Possibly.
Yeah.
That's what happened at least in my.
So, hey, you mentioned the one acting school that you went to, and it wasn't. How come you never went to the Milton Kitselis, the Beverly Hills Playhouse, or did you?
I did. I didn't study directly with Milton. He would run a Saturday class, which you had to kind of work yourself up to. I studied with a guy named Gary Imhoff, and I was there for a few years. And then I went to the special class, the one that hardly anybody knew about, but where all the really kind of cool, like, actors were at that were Scientologists, and that was Bobby Lyons. Laura Prapon was in my class, the couple of the Masterson, not Danny and Chris, but their stepbrother and stepsister. I always get them mixed up as to step whatever. But
Jordan
and Alana, yeah. They were in there all the time. And then Jason Doring was my best friend for a while. He was on Veronica Mars. And Bobby himself had like 100 IMDb credits, man. He's been like on everything. Who else was in there? I don't know, dude. All the hip little B, C level actors that were not a part of Milton were there.
So here's why I'm asking about Milton. Mike Rinder this past week did an interview with, oh my God, I just had his name. Who's the guy that does the podcast with Brendan Schaub? He was involved in the controversy with Bobby Lee. Oh my God, I can't believe I just.
Well, maybe we go with
all right. They have Fighter and the Kid podcast. Brian Callen.
Okay.
Mike Rinder just did an interview with Brian Callen. And usually when Mike's doing an interview, the most interesting part of the interview is Mike's answers. But in this interview, Brian Callen wanted everyone to know how much experience he's had with Scientology. And that was news for me. And where Brian Callen got his experience, he said he spent 10 years at the Beverly Hills Playhouse with Milton Kitselis.
Really?
And he said the place was just littered with Scientology concepts and the philosophy and the terminology and the language and everything, even down to like the SPs and PTSs and all this kind of stuff. And so I was wondering, if you were at Milton's, did you know Brian Callen there?
I didn't, but in regards to what you just said, even if it didn't matter if you studied with Milton, which was a Saturday class, the advanced level, or the other teachers. There was Gary Imhoff and a few other ones that would teach. It was so Scientology that, well, even getting in, they're kind of doing PTS, SP tech to, suss the person that's coming in. But we had a book, Aaron, that was written by Milton. That was like this thick, and it's all about policies about how to get suppressives out of your life. Scientology goes hand in hand, and then they have an ethics officer at the Beverly Hills Playhouse. It's set up literally exactly like a Scientology org. And I would say 50% were Scientologists, 50% were non-Scientologists. And they found out early on that they were a part of a Scientology school. And many people would leave too, because it was too much. We would report on each other. It was run like a Scientology org or mission.
So weird.
It was, but I loved it. As a Scientologist, I felt, again, special. And they were,
So did you see the show on Netflix, The Kaminsky Method with Michael Douglas?
That was awesome, dude. That was awesome.
I thought that whole show had to be modeled after Milton Kitselis in the Beverly Hills Playhouse.
Wow. I never thought of that.
But I was never there, so I don't know. But
that's very interesting, man.
Okay, so when you saw the show, it didn't strike you as that way?
I didn't get that, but when you just said that, yeah. I mean, I love the acting part and the Scientology. I figured that's just they're taking that from Tom Cruise and the celebrity, mixed with Scientology or whatever. But I never thought of that about actually modeling it off of Milton. So do you think? Well, I guess Michael Douglas's character, the acting teacher, he wouldn't be Milton because obviously he wasn't a Scientologist. But maybe they got the idea partially from that. What specifically?
No, I just mean modeled after it of, and maybe it's because the only big acting school I even know of in Los Angeles is the Beverly Hills Playhouse. I mean, you hear about the Groundlings, but is Chicago or LA? Is the Groundlings the Chicago?
I believe there's one
LA?
in LA as well.
There's just not there's just not that many high profile, well-known acting schools. And the fact that he Michael Douglas's character in the Kaminsky Method, it's almost like in some ways he's got running his own little cult, and maybe that's just the nature of an acting school. But then there's the whole Scientology storyline that gets introduced into the show, and I'm like, it's not that I thought Michael Douglas's character was literally, Milton Katselas, but that this whole thing was inspired by sort of the crazy dynamic and atmosphere of the combined worlds of Hollywood acting and Scientology.
I think you're right. Man. I think that could very well be how they came up with that concept.
The show is hilarious.
It's awesome, isn't it? We both have a couple videos up, man, using clips from that because it's too good, man. Haley Joel Osment, what do you think on a scale of 1 to 10? How 10 being the best? How accurately do you think he played a Scientologist?
So good, a 10, like a 10 all day. So it was the producer or the creator of the show. Chuck Lorre apparently has a lot of experience in Scientology. He was in Scientology for a while back in the day. Yeah.
Chuck Lorre was actually in it for a while?
Yeah. I mean, depending on how you define like
meaning took some courses.
Actively involved in courses and auditing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man, I learn something new every day. Do you think it's still well, we know that it's not getting any new people, any new big celebrities, and they're all second gens that are in, like Elizabeth Moss and stuff. But but it always attracts new people that I keep hearing about. Do you think that they are getting in any new celebrities, or that they're putting their feelers out? Remember Meghan Markle? There was rumors that she was possibly getting sucked in via Tom Cruise. Do you think that they're gonna get or still can attract celebrities in the Hollywood thing, or do you think the whole Hollywood Scientology connection is dead or dying?
I think it's just gradually dying.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Scientology's press and PR just gets worse and worse and worse. The abuses just get more and more.
You'd
have to be crazy.
That's
to
true.
Join Scientology.
But again, Aaron, you know how it is. Like, even I've seen people. The brief time that I was on staff, I saw somebody come in that knew it was crazy, already knew all about it, and was questioning. Knew all the Xenu and stuff. But once they got them into that room with that personality test and found their ruin, they ended up freaking joining staff, dude. So it's like you can even know that it's crazy.
People keep asking in the chat what show we're talking about. The Kaminsky Method on Netflix. Starring Michael Douglas, Haley Joel Osment. I think the other actor actually passed away. The oldest one.
Oh,
Alan
that's
something.
right. He did, man. He did.
And so I'm not even sure that the show's still in production, but there's 2 or 3 seasons. The Kaminsky Method. It's just absolutely fantastic.
It's definitely the best Scientology they've done on a show too. It's the most accurate. I wonder if they sent Haley Joel down to the Celebrity Center to get trading.
I know, right?
Possibly.
I gotta know who their Scientology consultant was on that.
Me too, bro.
It can't just be Chuck Lorre from 30 years ago.
No, and he would have definitely had to have studied that and really method acted and learned about Scientology, because that wasn't a half-ass. That was the best, most detailed. I mean, Aaron, they even talked about Class 8 auditors at Flag. They were throwing in all sorts of words that wouldn't mean anything to most people.
You have some videos on your channel with clips from there?
I just have one video where it's called Scientology in Movies and TV. And I started out with the Kaminsky Method. It's sort of the running theme for this 5-minute video where I clip in between Battlefield Earth, that thing from Repo Man, but always back to Haley Joel Osment because it's so funny, what he says.
Got it. Well, this has been fun. We should do this again.
I'd love to. And hey, I'd love to have you on my channel whenever you have some time.
Absolutely. Cool. Probably squeeze it in sometime this week, maybe, or next.
Cool,
for sure.
Man. I'd love to interview you.
So thanks for everyone. Check out Doug's YouTube channel, Dazed But Not Confused. And your channel's blowing up. You got over like 40,000 subscribers on that thing. That's fantastic.
Well,
how long have you been doing it?
2.5 years. But Aaron, if we were to compare stats, I am in treason compared to your affluence of 102,000 subscribers. So I'm working on it now.
No,
I've been doing it
though.
Yeah.
I went from, 4 months ago, I was at 40.
What is your secret? How did you do that? How did you?
It was
I watched.
So my secret was I go, okay, so I'm a bit of a YouTube fanatic as far as watching YouTube. I watch YouTube all the time. It's all I watch.
Me too.
And I have my favorite YouTube channels. And how I consume the content is I just go to all my favorite channels every day, and I'm happy to watch anything that they've got. And any day that there's not something to watch, I'm a little sad.
Really?
So my goal was upload something every day. Like, be the change you want to see in the world.
That's
Try to
awesome.
keep it short and interesting and fun and topical. And I was like, just do it every day. And so anyway, it took 16 weeks of uploading every day to go from 40,000 to 100,000.
Hey man, you deserve it because you worked your ass off. And I don't know if people realize I don't even know how the hell you do it, but I'm still learning YouTube. It takes forever to edit. There's so many considerations that go into just putting up the videos. What's a day in the life? I mean, are you doing this 24/7, dude? Like when you wake up and going at it? Because, what about the editing and all that stuff? I mean, it doesn't.
Well, it's one of the reasons I've started doing shorter videos is editing is a beast. So it could take to get, well, this morning I put up the Lisa Marie Presley video. So it probably took me, it's a short video. It probably took me 90 minutes to 2 hours to sit down, record, upload, edit, render, upload, and live premiere what is like an 11-minute video.
That's super impressive, actually.
And it's also one of the reasons I've been getting so excited about doing live streams is because the idea of being able to sit down and do an hour interview and have it be done in an hour with no editing is like, oh my God. But then YouTube demonetizes half of my stuff for literally no reason. So
oh, believe me, I got demonetized a long time ago, so I don't give a crap about that. Besides, it also removes Aaron having to get around that little yellow tab. I'm just like, whatever, dude. I don't give a crap. But hey, man, congratulations, because as a fellow, getting into this YouTube thing, I know how much time that must take. I can't believe you can get that done in 2 hours. I mean, Aaron, I do these little episodes where I'm trying to. No Scientologist is gonna watch my channel, but when they get out, I have this series where hopefully it'll just deprogram them step by step, just by telling my story and breaking down the tech. I've spent, 200 hours on a video, editing, shooting, writing. I mean, I'm talking a long time to put these little series together. And nobody, they're just like, come on, man, hurry up, do more. It's like, dude, these things take time. But I'm gonna take some pointers from you. I'm gonna start going live and try to possibly do some shorter videos too and crank them out like pancakes like you can, man.
Yeah, because also remember, like, most of your viewers are going to be people who are watching you for the first time. They're not like, oh boy, I love when Doug uploads 40-minute videos. I'm ready to, get my wine and enjoy this. Like, even on my videos, like half of anyone who watches my videos on any given day are watching my video for the first time.
Really?
And it's one of the reasons I keep my AA run thing in the beginning. One, it cracks me up.
It's very funny.
And some people will go, God, it's getting really old. I'm like, yeah, it's getting old to you, not to the tens of thousands of people who are seeing it for the first time today.
Good point. Yeah.
And it's really funny. It cracks me up.
It is funny, dude. And plus, you got your moniker and your jingle in people's heads, man. It's marketing 101. Elron would be proud, brother. He would be proud.
All right, everyone, check out Doug's channel, Dazed But Not Confused, and let's do this again soon, and then we'll do an interview on your channel this week.
Awesome. I very much look forward to talking to you. Thanks, Aaron. Have a good day, man.
Thanks, everyone.
Balake, where is Balake at?
My name's Blake.
Do you want to go to war, Balake? I'm for real. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron is right here, you guys. I was going to start at 10, but since Mark and Claire finished up early, I figured, why not? Let's get the party started early. And since Mark and Claire turned their live stream into a drinking game, I figured I would do the same thing as well. Now, guys, you can't see it. It's off camera here, but let me share with you the selection that we have here tonight. This is all, of course, Grape juice is what I'm talking about. We got a Basil Hayden's Dark Rye grape juice. We got a Bullet Bourbon Kentucky grape juice. We got a Knob Creek Kentucky bourbon grape juice. We got a Kraken Black spiced grape juice. And we got some Howler Head banana flavored grape juice. And we're going to start with the Howler's Head. So cheers, everybody. That is some mighty fine grape juice. All right. God, Mark and Claire's chats are so funny.
Interesting. Time is money, friend. If you ever need anything.
Incredibly upset. I'm usually not as upset, but today is a tough day. We are mourning the loss of a legend, a woman who's meant a lot to this show, someone who has been an inspiration to me, someone who has been an inspiration to millions, to young women and young men and and young non-binary people. Everybody, regardless of their gender, has been impacted by this woman. It is a sad day in America, but a very sad day in Chicago, because we have lost one of the best, an advocate for chaos, a woman whose reign in Chicago came to symbolize chaos in the way that only a Batman villain could, like a Dick Tracy villain. Like, this woman presided over an increase in crime that was just, I mean, it was mind-blowing. Like, the numbers just kept, and she was a petty, vindictive woman. She went to war with limo companies. She wrote bad Yelp reviews. She was nasty to employees. The first lesbian mayor of color in Chicago. Got to put that in there. She's and God love her for that. We appreciate it. But this is a woman, I never thought of her as, I never thought of her sexuality. I never thought of even her race. I thought only of what animates her, the true, spirit of Lori Lightfoot is really a spirit of chaos. And let's take a look at her right now. This is her in all her glory. This is how I'll always remember her. Make this big, please. There she is. Yeah. Vote, vote, vote. Yep. Here she is celebrating Chicago having the highest murder rate in the country. I mean, this woman, I don't want to lose her. I do not want to lose this woman. I mean, God love her. It's sad. All right, well, people are listening that don't see that they're not getting the benefit of this visual, so we'll turn this down. But God, I mean, there's no one better than Lori Lightfoot. Can we go to her speech when she left? You know, Lori Lightfoot, for those of you who don't know, was the mayor of the city of Chicago, the great city of Chicago, which is descending into a hellscape. How many murders last year in Chicago? Just out of curiosity, if we can get that up. Chicago, violent crime there has been a major problem. There were large. One of my favorite stories was like there's large gangs of teenagers, groups of teenagers just running through, the midtown of Chicago, the Miracle Mile, whatever you call it, and they're just robbing couples and just creating chaos. I think they're working for Lightfoot. Like I think the kids are, because here's what she's got to do now. Lori, now that she has been evicted from her position, she's been taken out. Lori now has to wage a war against the city from the outside, because for many years she was waging a war against the city from the inside. But now she's from the outside has to make sure the city stays as crime-ridden and filthy from the outside. She's just got to launch attacks, coordinated attacks. The year of 2021 ended as one of the most violent on record in Chicago. A rise in the number of shootings left more people dead than in any single year in a quarter century, according to statistics released by the police on Saturday. 797 homicides, 25 more than were recorded in 2020. So about 800 homicides. How many a day? There's 365 days in a year.
Almost like 3 a day.
Yeah, there's about 3 people a day in Chicago checking out. And, this was also, you got to remember, Lori Lightfoot went wild with the vaccine. She was threatening people, saying, if you don't take the vaccine, your time has come. We'll put you in jail. We're going to find you. Again, this was the language of a villain. This was the language of like an all-powerful mob boss. It was not a governor. Here we go. She did not fuck around when it came to the vaccine. She was like Nazi-ish. She wanted everybody to get it. And if you didn't get it, she did that whole thing. Get up that thing where she goes, we'll put you in jail.
Yeah.
That was my favorite one, where she goes, we'll put you in jail. She goes, we will put you in jail. And it was just like you saw, that was like the zenith of state power during the pandemic, when people were just coming right out and saying, if there is anything you do that we disagree with, we are going to put you in jail. And that was like, I remember people sending that to me going like, this is going to really be a huge problem for this woman. And it was, people, you play that back now, it seems so insane. Here it is right here. This is Lori Lightfoot.
We will shut you down. We will cite you. And if we need to, we will arrest you and we will take you to jail. Period. Period. There should be nothing unambiguous about that.
You mean nothing ambiguous,
Don't
sweetie?
make us treat you like a criminal. But if you act like a criminal and you violate the law and you refuse to do what is necessary to save lives in the city in the middle of a pandemic, we will take you to jail.
Get up
Period.
when she did Rona Destroyer. This is a montage of Lori Lightfoot. I am so sad to be losing this woman. I hope she runs for governor. I pray that Lori Lightfoot runs for governor.
Before we go, looks like trick-or-treating will be happening in Chicago this year. Yeah, that's Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot coming out in full costume, cape and mask as the Rona, as in Corona Destroyer, handing out candy to reporters and staff at her daily news conference. Trick-or-treaters will be asked to stay in groups of 6 or fewer there, avoid sticking their hands into any candy bowls, and of course, wear a mask with a mask over your mask.
Man, she's a symbol of the pandemic, isn't she, Lori Lightfoot? I think now COVID's finally over. I mean, I know the state of emergency was lifted in LA, but with Lori Lightfoot leaving, it's like the state, like it really is over. This is finally done with Lori Lightfoot being voted out. This is sad. Let's look at her concession speech here. She doesn't even seem present in her own body for the concession speech. Again, so much mayhem, so much chaos, so bloody. This woman was the ultimate villain. This is the type of mayor Chicago should have. It's one of the most corrupt cities in the world, and there's absolutely no way it should be run by anyone less than a complete, utter crime boss, which is what she is. She is like, somebody who from like the Ninja Turtles would have to invade her lair. Let's see how she conceded the election.
We were fierce competitors in these last few months, but I will be rooting and praying for our next mayor to deliver for the people of the city for years to come. I'm grateful that we worked together to remove a record number of guns off our streets, reduced homicides, and started making real progress on public safety.
Well, she didn't reduce homicide. I mean, but who cares at this point? And I don't know what guns she's talking about that are off the street. Certainly not the 900, murders. She didn't really reduce any homicides, but now she can live with her wife and be happy and she was the mayor of Chicago. She'll always be able to tell people later on, she'll be on some lesbian cruise and they'll be like, what did you do? And she'll go, I was the mayor of Chicago. And you go, Lori was the mayor of Chicago? She just cheated at cards. Lori was the mayor of Chicago because corruption is the DNA of Chicago, and it runs through this woman's veins. No matter what she does, any time in her life, she will always try to lie. And this is what I love about her so much, is that no matter what Lori Lightfoot, she literally just said, what about homicide? She goes, we decreased homicides. They were at the highest level in 25 years. But it doesn't matter. She'll always try to lie first. That's what I love about her. You can tell when you look at her, she's burning inside because she doesn't know what's true anymore because she's lied so many times. Did you ever see the thing where the guy, he just lists everything in Chicago? It's Lori Lightfoot. She refuses to answer a question, and it's great. You have a guy who basically comes up and goes, here's the issue. The crime's up. This is up. The companies are leaving Chicago. Nobody wants to be here anymore. And Lori Lightfoot stands there and goes, I'm just not going to answer that question. You got to remember the fashion choices, too. She wore these big balloon pants. She dressed up during the St. Patrick's Day parade. They were saying on Twitter that she looked like that movie Leprechaun in the Hood. They were saying she looked like Leprechaun in the Hood. She was trolling everyone, or she wasn't. She had these weird balloon pants, these baggy Janko jeans, but they were pants that she would wear, and they never fit her. This is a kid who dressed up as her. But I'm really going to be sad to see her go, man. Try to get that up where she refuses to answer the question, where she literally just looks at the guy and she goes, I disagree with your assessment entirely. And he just listed facts about what was happening in Chicago. And she goes, I just disagree with your assessment entirely. But, it's sad, man. It's sad to lose her because she became such a symbol of the type of political leader that we have in America now, where truth is irrelevant, okay? This is great. Lightfoot now screams. This was another one, but this is also great. Here she is screaming at a reporter over a question about crime. God, I love her.
Nonsense. You and the other right-wing nuts can try to characterize it any possible way.
Excuse me, is that appropriate?
Yeah, it is.
Is that appropriate?
Kelly?
Thank you.
Mayor Lightfoot. The people that I speak with in Chicago every day tell me that they're very frustrated with your lack of a plan to combat violent crime. They tell me that they're very frustrated with your rhetoric. It sounds more like you support or sympathize with the.
So you may not have heard the admonition at the beginning of this press conference, and frankly,
I haven't spoken as long as.
Hold on, sir. It's specific to you. Ask a question, and I'd be happy to respond. But if you continue to come in here and spout a lot of nonsense and rhetoric, that's not a question, and not acting like a journalist, then I'm not going to have any time for you. You had a whole room of people that you're holding up by not asking a question. And I know you like to film me, and then you like to go on Fox News.
Every other reporter here is filming you.
Yeah, so
I'm not the only reporter
but what I
filming you.
want you to do is ask a question, sir. Don't give me your right-wing nonsense and spewing of facts that are completely untethered from the reality. Just ask a question. That's all I'm asking you. Ask a question so we can move on.
Well, I'm not the only reporter who filmed.
Ask a question. What's
So
your question?
the obvious question is simply this: there are numerous violent crimes here in the city of Chicago. Last night, a teenager was shot in the head on our beautiful lakefront. People around the city, the state, and not only the country, but around the world.
I'm going to ask you one more
view
time.
Chicago.
I'm going to ask you ask a question, or we're moving
She's
on.
like, yeah, I shot that bitch. They're like, saw a teenager was shot. Lori's like, on my orders, I had it done. I'm the boss. This is when get up Oswald Cobblepot running for mayor of Gotham City. This is when the Penguin ran Gotham City. Like, Lori Lightfoot's staring at him. He's like, he goes, I don't understand. You don't have a plan to combat the crime. She's like, yeah, I am the criminal. I wonder if we can play this, or if YouTube's gonna, like, send someone to our homes. It's getting so bad over there. You can't do anything. They'll send people after you in the street, YouTube. If you play the wrong thing, they'll call and threaten your family. We're trying to stay the Anyway, don't play it. It's just, you get it, folks, if you've seen Batman Returns. The point is that Lightfoot symbolized a type of politician where they didn't even try to lie in a way that would make the citizenry feel comfortable. This is an important transition. It's actually an important transition in the way things are kind of crumbling. When someone like her basically went out, warts and all, imperfect, came out and was like, listen, I'm kind of a criminal. So I'm not going to sit in judgment of other people that were criminals. And now listen, you have many, many liars that occupy offices all over the place, from Congress to the governors. But there was something special about this woman in my heart. I like petty people. And when she did the thing, and you could go back and listen to that old episode where she ratted on her limo company, she literally made up that the driver of the limo company went and used the bathroom in her home, and then the company goes, we have cameras, he didn't enter your house once. She's such a vindictive liar, even on a tiny, small scale, this infinitesimal scale of trying to get a limo driver fired. She is just such a treat. She's such an utter treat. There's something so comforting to me about her complete, obvious disdain for anyone who called her out on anything. Anyone that would mention a fact about Chicago, the shootings, the murders, the crime. She hated it. She was like, don't bring your propaganda here. And I love her fucking weird voice she had. She had this weird, breathy voice where she'd be like, listen to me. If you have a question, ask a question. Don't bring your Fox propaganda here. Don't bring your propaganda. It's this strange kind of, her voice box almost didn't want to lie. And she had to, force the breath through it because, her body was shutting down some of the lies that she was telling. And what did she get, 16% of the vote? God, Lori,
bad. It was like at least.
It was bad. She got trounced. 17.1%. Who are those people? Just committed criminals. I mean, who are the 17.1% of people that voted for Lori Lightfoot? Like every measurable standard, Chicago is falling into it's a hellscape. And 17.1% of people, I mean, what was her slogan? Did Lightfoot have a slogan? Did Lori have like a slogan? Everything, even her name's amazing. Lori Lightfoot. It's just the alliteration, you know, Lori Lightfoot. There's just no one better. And I'm sad to see her go. You know, of all the people we shit talk on this show, you know, there was nobody that I loved and had a personal affinity for more than Lori Lightfoot. She just fit, I mean, the fedoras, she dressed like a gangster. Again, like somebody like Dick Tracy would have to I mean, Lori Lightfoot epitomized, she looked like a gangster. She was a gangster. She lied. She, you know, obfuscated. She wouldn't answer questions. And all around her, things just totally fell apart because she was a petty, vindictive tyrant that would go to war with people in her inner circle, and she would fight these tiny, small battles instead of focusing on real things that could actually help people. And there's no better version of a politician than that to me. Is just somebody who's like, it's all out in the open what they do. That's what made Lori Lightfoot so special to me. She was so bad at concealing it. She almost had no desire to conceal it. She just thought like somehow it was going to be okay. You know, you've all, you know, seen a kid or maybe have been the kid who shows up to class without homework and has no lie, nothing prepared. They just go, ah. And the teacher goes, you have nothing? And they go, yeah. That was Lori Lightfoot. No dog ate my homework. No, I left it in the car. No, it was 100%. I don't have it, and I don't remember you even asking me to do it, and I don't know what your problem is, and I'm just going to stare at you from my seat until you give up.
Oh. Every time someone says day, I go SR.
Yeah.
You guys don't worry about Crumb, dude.
I thought you were maintaining your seed.
No,
I will be tempted this
jizzed
weekend.
all over today.
What?
I jizzed today.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying try drying it on your dick and peeling it off, dude. It might be nice.
You don't think that's ever happened?
I used to do it with
I'm
Elmer's.
saying I was doing that. I used to do it. I think that you guys got to try it again.
Elmer's glue, I would put it on my finger.
The analogy of the Elmer's glue is perfect.
It's perfect,
Yeah,
and it's satisfying. It's super satisfying. I'm worried about if I slept ass naked like you do, that I would fart and shit myself in bed.
Well, I listened back to some of my Snore Lab to see if there was farts, and there's just weird, like, it sounds like a balloon
You
letting...
listen back to hear your fart.
Yeah, it's highlight reel. That's Spade's highlight reel right now.
They give you a highlight reel, and they tell you how to fix your snoring. But my snoring, I was like...
Spade got a strap that goes around his head like this.
I didn't get the strap. Dude,
it's going to be butt naked in his bed.
Dude,
that's all he wears to bed.
Dude, you
strap. I went on a date. Dude, I went on
in his house.
What's that?
Where you live,
Imagine
you're gonna
someone
get
breaks
murdered.
into Spade's house.
Your body's gonna.
I have a gun.
Your autopsy picture's gonna be you with the strap on your head holding fucking the axe from Lord of the Rings.
Why is there no pictures of Spade
steady.
after he died?
Jim Ricardo, yeah, that's steady. That's power, bro.
That's a kingly snore. I don't think that's any like.
Yeah, that's pretty
any
awesome.
fault
not
of
even
your
a
own.
problem.
Nah, dude, you're just not
not even a
supposed to
The
snore all
pink's
night.
just going up. You got a king snore now.
You're not supposed to snore all night, dude. Dude, there's times where it just stops and you go, no breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts, dude.
90 seconds, no breath.
Oh, it's insane how long you cannot breathe when you're sleeping.
I do it. It does suck whenever you're like kind
I
of.
might be dying a little bit. A little bit of DMT. Oh, he's back.
Yeah. Waking yourself up from the snore.
Hold on, we
sucks.
gotta switch over. Let's switch over. We're gonna either that was the Patreon or the one coming up is. So join the Patreon.
Dude, none of
listen
them
to
are
War
bad.
Mode. Listen to War Mode. Listen to
War Mode, for
listen
sure.
to Son of a Boy Dad.
I've
Listen
been
to War
geeking
Mode.
this entire
Son
time
of a
just because
Boy
I feel
Dad.
like I'm front row to a War Mode podcast.
that's
and
what
it's
this
my
is.
it's my favorite. It's literally my favorite. I'm such like
Yeah.
on some
Well,
super
Matt
gay
Change,
shit.
Matt Change is fine, but War Mode's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, Whatever.
Yeah.
See, like, make him stop.
Just different.
Yeah.
Ron, where are you? Where is Ron right now? You done messed up, Ron!
Hey, Aaron here. Well, it's not me who done messed up this time. Not this time. Boy, I'll tell you what, David Miscavige done messed up. This is so incredibly embarrassing. And what I'm about to show you is such a strong sign of the continuing and inevitable decline and destruction of Scientology. So let me just show you what's going on here. There's actually more to this than meets the eye, and I'm going to give you all the context here. So what we are looking at here is the Twitter account of the actual power company in Johannesburg, South Africa. By the way, 1 million Twitter followers for the utility company in Joburg. That's I was really surprised by that. Okay, they tweet, currently disconnecting a church in Randburg for an outstanding bill of 877,000 rand. Okay, converted to US dollars, that's $50,000. All right, so we click here on this picture, and just for fun, we zoom in. Uh-oh. That is the Scientology organization in Johannesburg, Florida. South Africa. Jeez, what am I talking about? Okay, and they even tweet, I don't know why they're tweeting this. This is just this morning, guys. Then they even tweet photographs of the technicians on site disconnecting power to a major Scientology organization. Okay, now let me show you something here. So this is Google Earth. Okay, we zoom in. We see 10 Hunter Street, Church of Scientology, Johannesburg North. Again, look at this photo here, 10 Hunter Street. Okay, back to, okay, we're going to go Street View. Boom. And what do we have here? Well, nice, so I got the right spot. The actual sign that they are tweeting a photograph of. My goodness. My goodness. There's some other things I'm going to show you in a moment when I provide some of the greater context for this. So let me go back to the normal view. So here's the thing. Why is this such a big deal? You might go, oh, it's just some far-flung Scientology organization out in the middle of nowhere in Africa. By the way, Joe Berg's not in the middle of nowhere. Only an ignorant American would say something like that. But no big surprise that some Scientology organization in some far-flung area can't pay their electric bill. No. This is a really big deal. Johannesburg, South Africa, was one of the first 3 organizations that David Miscavige selected back in around 2004-2005 to serve as the first test subjects for his what they call the ideal org strategy. And this was a real estate strategy fundraising scam that Miscavige started back in 2004. The premise of this was basically, the reason Scientology orgs aren't flourishing and prospering the way that we would expect them to is they do not have premises. Essentially, they don't have premises that are big enough and beautiful enough to really reflect the importance and the significance and the impact of Scientology. And he said, we're going to embark upon a campaign to take every single existing Scientology organization and purchase a new 50,000 plus square foot facility and renovate it and move in. And this is going to be the dawn of a new area of expansion in Scientology. The first 3 organizations were Buffalo, San Francisco, and Johannesburg, South Africa. Again, this was around 2004, 2005. So we're 17 or 18 years into the future. If this ideal org strategy was actually going to work, if it was based on anything sound, Johannesburg, South Africa should be a prospering, flourishing Scientology organization, flush with brand new Scientology public, tons of cash reserves. And instead, they can't even pay their electric bill. This is, even in Scientology land, the fact that a major class 5 org, what in South Africa they would call Johannesburg the Continental org, is doing so poorly that it can't even pay its own electric bill. This is, even in Scientology world, this would be considered a direct reflection on the incompetence of management. Now, let me show you some other examples of how this reflects on David Miscavige's incompetence. Back to sharing here. One of the reasons, I'll go to this view here. One of the many reasons that Johannesburg org would be failing so miserably is that David Miscavige opened up a massive new Scientology facility not far from Johannesburg, called the Kilyami. I'm going to pronounce it correctly. It's like the Kilyami Castle. I don't know how to say it. But this is a Scientology advanced org, which means it delivers the upper confidential OT levels. And advanced orgs are not supposed to be in competition with the lower level orgs for public. Why? Well, you can't join Scientology at an advanced org. The advanced orgs exist to deliver the OT levels. When people get into Scientology, I'm just trying to show you like how massive this thing is. The property itself goes all the way. This is actually, that red dot is actually the entrance to the property. They have this entire thing. You can't even enter the property from the side where the castle is. Okay, let's go back to Joburg. One of the things that is supposed to, this Joburg org, this is what's called a lower level class 5 org. Class 5 means, essentially, class 5 refers to the bottom non-confidential half of the Scientology bridge. You can only join Scientology at these class 5 orgs. There's smaller versions called missions, but for the most part, you can only join Scientology at these class 5 orgs. You cannot join Scientology at these advanced orgs. Okay? That's why these things are not, for those reasons, these generally would not be in competition with each other. Here's the problem. Miscavige spent tens of millions of dollars to purchase and open this advanced org when there was no actual demand for its services. There aren't enough Scientologists in South Africa to justify having an advanced org in South Africa. So what has happened is that the advanced org in South Africa has now been the place that all Scientologists want to go and do their lower level services, even though that's not supposed to be the purpose of this org. Not only has this advanced org started cannibalizing all of the business from the lower level orgs in South Africa, it actually advertises to Scientologists all around the world, trying to cannibalize the Scientology business, even in the United States and Europe, because due to the exchange rate, it's cheaper to get auditing here at the advanced org in South Africa than it is to get auditing in Los Angeles or in Clearwater. And I mean, what a ridiculous, you want to talk about stupid management. Like, Miscavige opened up this org to make it look like things are expanding, but things aren't expanding. And so by opening up this massive facility for which its services are not required, it destroys and cannibalizes the business of all the other existing organizations in Africa. It's a horrible waste of money, but it also pulls the rug out from underneath all the Scientology staff members in South Africa who now, if they're not even paying their electric bill, you know they're not paying their staff, okay? Now, just on the subject of horrible financial mismanagement, I want to show you another comparison, okay? This is Google Earth of Scientology's international management base out in Gilman Hot Springs, California, in Riverside County. This right here is the $50 million office building that David Miscavige had built for himself. The Scientology organization that Miscavige has legal control of is called RTC, Religious Technology Center. He built this building specifically and only for RTC. There's only about 15 staff members in RTC. Here you can even see Miscavige's private smoking deck. And he might be out there. He's so small you can see him in the photograph. Okay, why am I pointing this as an example of mismanagement or financial waste? Guys, Scientology public aren't even allowed to go to this base. Scientology staff members aren't even allowed to know where it is. This is purely an indulgence. He would spend $50 million on an office building no one is ever going to see, but he won't spend $50,000 to keep the lights on at Johannesburg org, an org that's actually supposed to be making money for Scientology, an org that's actually supposed to be bringing new people into Scientology. If you want to talk about a return on investment, if Miscavige were to spend money on the organizations that are supposed to be making money, that would be a somewhat reasonable use of funds. But for him to waste $50 million on this office building, that's not going to generate any money for Scientology whatsoever. This is a perfect example of Miscavige extravagantly wasting Scientology money, but using it on himself instead of using it on the things that it is supposed to use them. Okay, so let me get out of this view. And before I sign off, let me just check my notes. Make sure there's a few points that I wanted to make. Okay, I covered the lower level orgs, covered the Joburg org. Oh, gosh, Manhattan, I almost forgot. This isn't even the only example that has come up of a major Scientology org not being able to pay their electric bill. In Manhattan, right off of Times Square, there's a big Scientology organization. And even though they're in a building that's probably worth $20 million, even though you could throw a rock from that building and hit Times Square, this should, by any measure, be easily one of the most successful Scientology organizations in the world. They too cannot afford to pay their electric bill. The staff are told, take the stairs, don't take the elevator, we can't afford to pay the electric bill. Last summer, the air conditioning, the central air conditioning in the building broke. They couldn't even afford to fix the air conditioning. And yet they had a problem because the server room has to be kept cool and air conditioned in order for the server not to melt down. So, and the server room is also a place that needs to be kept secure. Not anybody's just supposed to be able to access the server room. But there was no AC. So they left the server room propped wide open so that it would at least get some airflow and some air circulation right on the first floor where any brand new public can walk in and access this thing. Okay, a Sea Org member walked by and shut the server door because they're thinking that door's supposed to be shut. They shut the door, not understanding how server rooms work and why they need to be cool. The server room overheated, the server overheated, the whole thing melted down. They lost all of the information on this server. One of the staff members there was actually sending me recordings from the weekly staff meetings where they were making announcements about the fact that they were not going to be able to recover the information that was on the server. Almost all the information was lost forever. And all because they couldn't afford to fix the air conditioning. Now, this is somewhat at odds with the idea, the concept that people have of Scientology, that they're just absolutely flush with cash. They have billions of dollars. And yet these things are both true at the same time. Scientology money flows uphill. None of it flows downhill. And the percentages that have to be sent, they call it sending the money up lines, to continental management, to middle management, to international management, to Goldman Productions, to Flag for training. Almost all of the money is sucked from the lower level class 5 orgs and sent up lines, and you're not allowed to ask for the money back. You're not allowed to keep a greater share of the money than policy says you're allowed to keep. That is why you have David Miscavige buying $5,000 shoes, and you have orgs not able to pay their electric bill. I mean, it's not just embarrassing for Miscavige, just on a mismanagement financial waste level. This really is more damning. Like, if you're a Scientologist out there in the bubble, in the bubble, you really do have to give yourself a moment and the mental freedom to consider what it means that one of the first ideal orgs in the world is such a failure, is such an afterthought, is so understaffed, lacks any lower level public of any kind. Anything they do have is being sucked up by the advanced world. You really have to allow yourself a moment to consider what this means for Scientology. What does it mean for the propaganda? The propaganda you're being fed at the events. You're being told all the time. Scientology is expanding more in the last year than the last 5 years, more in the last 5 years than the last 50 years, 62x since the release of Golden Age of Tech 2 or whatever it is. You can see that that's not true, though, right? You know, Joe Berg didn't just forget to pay the electric bill. And $50,000, how many years has Joe Berg gone? How many years has Joe Berg gone not being able to pay their electric bill to rack up $50,000 of debt? And what is Joe Berg supposed to do now that they have no power? No power? That means you can't run the course rooms, you can't run the auditing rooms, you can't run the Div 6 videos. That means Joe Berg Org is effectively shut down for business. You telling me David Miscavige didn't know Joe Berg Org owed $50,000 in electric bills? You telling me the CLO Africa didn't know that? The CLO Africa knew that. The CLO Africa doesn't even have enough money to pay that bill. But there is enough money in the bank to pay these bills if you take the money from int reserves and SO reserves. And yet it is so hard to get any money to actually flow downhill in Scientology. It took an absolute disaster, like having the power literally shut off, in order for continental management or middle management or international management to step in and do absolutely anything about it. A huge embarrassment, a huge example of the failure of Scientology. And I mean, there's more where this came from, guys. I mean, if you think after Joe Berg is having trouble paying its electric bill, just wonder about those small orgs in the United States. It really is a perfect example of how Scientology is very quickly deteriorating and failing. All right, everybody, that's all I got on this for now. I have much more coming even later today, so stay tuned for that. Thank you all for watching and listening. Thanks to everybody who watches until the very end, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, if you want to see my rock and roll songs, click right on this guitar. And if you want to see a different one of my videos, then you could click right inside here. If you have subscribed or not, subscribe right here. Bye.
Ron right now. You done messed up, Ron.
Ron is right here. Thanks for joining me, everyone. You know, I was feeling a little bit under the weather today. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get a video done, but when I found out the greatest news to come out of Scientology land this year so far, I was like, gosh darn it, we're going to do a live stream and let everybody know. David Miscavige has been officially served as ruled by the magistrate judge, Julie S. Sneed, out of Tampa. This is in the civil lawsuit against David Miscavige by Gawain Baxter, Laura Baxter, and Valeska Paris. They are suing David Miscavige and a handful of other Scientology organizations for trafficking them as children for labor at Scientology's cruise ship, the Free Winds, also on Scientology's flag land base in Clearwater, Florida. Miscavige has been hiding like a cowardly little rat from the process servers in this case for about 10 months now. By the way, there's 2 other cases he's been hiding from process servers in those cases as well, and I'm curious to know how the ruling in this case might impact his ability to be served in those other cases. But boy, oh boy, is this a big deal. So let me just share this with you. This is a 27-page document. We, of course, are not going to be reading the whole thing, but I just wanted to show you some of the highlights. First of all, just for the record, you can see here, Gawain Baxter, Laura Baxter, and Valeska Paris versus David Miscavige, Church of Scientology, Religious Technology Center, IAS, that's the International Association of Scientologists, Church of Scientology Flag Service Organization, Church of Scientology Flagship Service Organization, otherwise known as the Free Winds. Okay, we're going to skip forward to right here. Bear with me. Okay. Come on now. Okay, good. Here we go. Upon consideration of the amended complaint, the parties' submissions, and the arguments of counsel, the court finds that Miscavige has been properly served with process pursuant to sections 48.181 and 48.161 of the Florida statutes. Nevertheless, the court declines to find Miscavige in default, and instead, Miscavige shall answer or otherwise respond to plaintiff's amended complaint within 21 days of this order as required by Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 12. Okay, so that's just so I didn't bury the lead. Wanted to show it to you right off the bat there. I do want to, so for any of you who just came for the headline, that's the headline, and you don't have to stick around for the whole video. But I do want to actually read a couple sections of this that I found really interesting. It's just nice to see the court actually put things into its own words sometimes so that it's very clear to us who oftentimes wonder whether the court truly understands the issues that are at play with respect to Scientology. And there was just some sections of this thing that as I was reading them, I was like, you know what? It's so nice to see how the court has described some of these allegations and the context of them. So let me find it real quick. They go through painstaking detail of all of the trouble that the plaintiff's attorneys have gone through to serve Miscavige over the last 10 months. This one's a little interesting. Let's take a look at this for a moment here. This isn't what I was looking for, but let's take a look at this. Plaintiffs allege that Miscavige is a resident of Clearwater, Florida, who is concealing his whereabouts. In response, Miscavige provided the affidavits of Warren McShane and Sarah Heller, who averred, I can't say I've ever seen that word before, that Miscavige's residence and primary place of business are in California, not Florida. At the hearing, plaintiff's counsel conceded that Miscavige may be, geez Louises. Sorry, guys. Ugh. This is why sometimes it's better not to do a live video and to do a nice, tight, edited video. But you know what? We're doing the best that we can. Okay. Conceded that Miscavige may be a resident of California and that the allegation that Miscavige is a resident of Florida was based on information plaintiffs were able to surmise from their own investigation into the facts surrounding his whereabouts. So, okay, that's not exactly what I was looking for. But I guess the main point I wanted to take away from that quote was this order to consider him served through the Secretary of the State of Florida stands, even given the fact that Miscavige may be, and I believe is, in fact, a resident of California. So the court does acknowledge that, and yet it still found that they were going to rule him served through the Secretary of the State. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted to read for you guys. Now let me zoom in on it without accidentally leaving the page. Okay. Finally, the court finds that the allegations of the amended complaint arise out of an operation connected with or incidental to Miscavige's business or business venture in Florida. Miscavige argues that plaintiffs have failed to allege that his business ties are connected to their cause of action, and that their own allegations make plain that the conduct complained of occurred outside of Florida. This reads the amended complaint too narrowly. Plaintiffs specifically allege that the defendants, including Miscavige, knowingly obtained valuable benefits, including but not limited to financial enrichment, free labor and services like construction work, landscaping, and food preparation at Flag Base in Clearwater, Florida, and aboard the Freewinds. Okay.
Be safe.
It does always irk me a little bit when these official entities like the courts and whatever, they slightly misuse Scientology nomenclature and syntax. Like, you would never say flag base, you would say flag, or you would say the flag land base. But Scientology's it's already hard for Scientologists to keep up with the nomenclature and everything. You wouldn't expect a judge who's never really had any exposure to it to know that kind of stuff. Okay, it continues. For example, plaintiff Gawain Baxter alleges that as a child he was forced to provide 5 to 10 hours a day of unpaid work at Flag Base in Clearwater, Florida, including food preparation, trash removal, landscaping, and clerical work. Plaintiff Valeska Paris further alleges that at age 15, she worked 16-hour days, preparing food, doing laundry, cleaning offices, and serving as a personal assistant to Scientology executives, including David Miscavige, at the Commodore's messenger org at defendants Flag Base in Clearwater, Florida. Rather than being confined to conduct outside of Florida, plaintiffs allege that defendants' operations, both inside and outside of Florida, were sustained by and defendants profited from the labor plaintiffs allegedly performed, both inside and outside of the state. Miscavige is alleged to direct and control these operations at a considerable level of detail. Continuing on. With respect to plaintiffs' treatment on board the Freewinds, plaintiffs further allege that there is a U.S. office for the Freewinds in FSSO's primary business location in Clearwater, Florida. FSSO and Freewinds can be used interchangeably. FSSO, again, is Flagship Service Organization. That is another word for the Freewinds. Okay, and that CSI, Church of Scientology International, and Miscavige control a number of trusts, including the Flagship Trust, which, among other things, owns the company that owns the Freewinds. Thus, the court finds that plaintiffs allege a sufficient nexus or connection between the business that is conducted in... All right. There we go. And there we go. And there we go. That is conducted in Florida and the cause of the alleged action. And that plaintiff's cause of action, therefore, arises out of an operation connected with or incidental to Miscavige's business or business ventures in Florida. And here we go. One more time here for those in the back. Accordingly, the court finds that plaintiffs have satisfied the jurisdictional prerequisites under Section 48.181 necessary to effectuate substitute service on Miscavige through the Florida Secretary of State. Okay. And then it basically goes on to address Miscavige's complaint that they didn't follow the correct procedure through the Secretary of State, and she basically smacks him down on that one. And then, okay. Okay, so then we have a section here on default. So for those of you who may not remember, so what the plaintiff's attorneys, the motion that they had filed with the court originally regarding the subject of ruling Miscavige served is they had asked the court to rule that, one, he had been served, and two, that he was in default. Now, my understanding is that ruling Miscavige in default would mean, essentially it would rule that he's lost the case. This is a civil case. It would be a ruling that he has lost the case by failing to show up and defend himself in the case. And everyone I've spoken to, any professionals I've spoken to about this particular case and the chances of him being ruled in default has acknowledged that that's basically, you could almost consider that a negotiation tactic on the side of the plaintiff's attorneys. The chance of ruling Miscavige in default was always slim to non-existent. And so that is what this means here. When they decline, when the judge declines to rule that he is in default, that is what this is referring to. So it's basically like, no, we're not going to rule that he's in default. We're just going to rule that he's been served, and now he has to answer up for himself. So having found that Miscavige has been served with process pursuant to section 48.161, the court declines to enter default against Miscavige. Rather, Miscavige is deemed to have